again. This is a reset, however. We need to retune our minds, our way of living, our way of work and act. Many of us have already done it. Many will have to do it soon. This is inevitable, with pandemic and without it. We needed to come to this due to the advance in robotics, artificial intelligence. So it was to come. The pandemic only sped it up. But we cannot stop resetting. Let's then do something. Let's make a remembrance and let's think about all those that left. So let's stand up for 1 minute of silence for all those that passed away in your family, at the firm. I have a list of those that I heard about, so I'm going to mention them. Atauco Marianto from Indonesia, Fernando Muñoz, Costa Rica, Ángel Torres Vidal, Mexico, Jorge Ramírez, Mexico, José Manuel Zárate, Mexico, Martín Rodríguez, Mexico, Juan Avalo from Dominican Republic, Hugo López Araiza, our oracle from Mexico and Japan, Héctor Ruiz, Chihuahua, the wife of Miguel Ángel Quiñones, our partner, Roberto Ventosilla, Fernando Hugo Rios, collaborator, the wife of Joseban. So let's have 1 minute of silence for all of them. Okay. I wish they are in a better condition than us then. Okay, so let's start. The first thing that I want to do is to welcome those partners that visit us from other countries for the first time. In this case, in this yearly meeting, we have Ana Fumero from Costa Rica. We have Montserrat Avalo from the Dominican Republic. Welcome. Johnny, please. Johnny Baceta. Hello. Is he here? Ricardo Paucar? Not yet here. Welcome to all our partners coming from other cities and other places that make the effort to be here, like Las Carreras, Franklin, from the Dominican Republic, as well as those that come from province. Andres Fiorini, his plane has just landed. Jean-Pierre Weiss, he lost a flight. And welcome those that come from the province. Welcome all of you. So, with no further ado, we have prepared this closing of the yearly meeting that we had last week. It is 32 weeks, and now we are going to have 12 more. These hours are going to be devoted to the world economy, tomorrow to the leadership of the firm. For that, we're going to start our meeting. However, first I want to mention two protocols that we need to follow due to the times that we are living and the country we are at. Erika Lopez, the manager of the Hotel Diplomatic, will talk about this protocol in the event of an earthquake. Thank you. Good morning to this hotel. This is your home. We hope that you feel wonderfully here. And certainly, these last days, we have had some events, some earthquakes. So I recommend you first to calm down. There are two exits. As you can see, it's important at the back where you came in the lobby and also the parking exit. Any of those two exits can be used on the left or right. If you are looking this way, you are going to go to the parking lot and there is an emergency gathering point. If you decide to leave on the left, you will go to Insurgentes and you are going to walk to Parque Hundido, a park. We are going to have a brigades that will guide you. Also, the waiters and waitresses can help you and assist. They are trained for that. So remember the emergency exits. Please do not use the elevator. But after the emergency, you can use it. So I wish you an excellent event. Thank you very much for this. Thank you very much. Organizing an event like this, it's really a challenge. I will let you know about this one day. Now we're going to ask our presenter, Judith Herrera, to come and give us a short protocol. Even when we are about living the pandemic, let's do it as always. Thank you very much, Mauricio. As you know, we have decided to keep sanitary protocols in place due to the virus that we have experienced. There are still infections, so we need to keep this health protocol, trying to keep social distancing. So all of you know these health protocols, and it is important that we take care of each other. We thank you to be with us, and as I said, all this effort and preparation from Mauricio Mubarak is worthwhile. And I want to say that I am really proud that I am part of the logistics part. And I want to welcome, if you realize you have alcohol and you can put this, also you need the material that you have, so that's it. Go ahead, please. Okay, thank you. I think that Grace William has not come. She also has 1 week in Mexico, so she became Mexican almost. I'm going to give the context before Judith comes on that. For what you saw in the video, what has happened in the world has meant a challenge. What happens in the universe, we need to get on board. We saw that, and Se oye. What's going to happen in the work, my life, the economy, my business, and businesses in general. The world changed and will continue changing. This can be attributed that there are invisible hands and also natural forces. Each person has its own theory, and both are possible. The combination of both. That's why what we call the Great Reset. Now, está abierta la bocina de la computadora. We're going to have. So please, Judith, introduce the presenter if possible. Good morning, Mauricio. I want to talk about Dr. Caleb Gonzalez. As Mauricio mentioned, he is engineer in IT, a master's degree in artificial intelligence. He has been a speaker of several events in Mexico City, digital economy, Bitcoin, from the Instituto Politécnico Nacional, Mexico, in the future of video, and from the Tecnológico Monterrey, digital intelligent contracts, Mexico, digital economy, Empoderamia in Puebla, and digital economy. Also some advisors from Puebla. It is worthwhile to talk about these details that are really important. The Senate, for the development of the fintech law, he developed the first cryptocurrency, and he also collaborated the first institute, and he also used Pixar and the first part, and he's ambassador of the United Nations, and recently has been appointed National Secretary for the National Secretary of Indigenous Matters and Environment. It is my pleasure to talk to Caleb Gonzalez. Go ahead, the floor is yours. steam-based was this one. Okay. We are not lucky today. First of all, we need to talk about this economy or what happened after the Industrial Revolution, passing from the steam economy and coal to electricity control. And for this, something very simple. Where are we at? We are at a building with artificial suns that allow us to be calm and to have gas and luminescence at high times in the evening. We can see the image through some devices and we can travel in the time because we can see the images that happened, but some pictures that allow us to see the video. Through this, we can have contact with past events. We can understand and we cannot understand, but that's the base of our economy, energy. We have breakfast and then we go outside and we look to work. O sea, se oye mi voz ahí. And then we have math. With this, we can control that. Allow us to create math systems to create predictive systems, artificial intelligence, and through these we can create technology that will allow us to have some control, and this has economic value. Then we have time. In the past, it took a long time. I guess that you have heard when we had Napoleonic Wars, when England, and then they won the war. It is said that there was a messenger going from London and they said, "We lost the war, we lost the war." But communications were very. And when they sold it, some bankers, French, you know who, they took control of the English economy. And the fact happened. And this affect our finances that came to dominate the century 20 and 21st. And we decided the speed of a financial revolution and then labor. Now it's faster. Time is not lost in repetitive actions. So we are more efficient. Then natural resources. And these natural resources allow us to keep reserves. And with them, we can stipulate the value of a nation, individual, and we represent these through capital and bonds. And then we have ecology. We didn't pay attention to it until we had this development process through energy. We were generating CO2 to the atmosphere, and this generated that the sun was not reflecting to the exterior, but they kept inside. And this caused the Coriolis effect, where you can measure winds, The Coriolis effect changed the climate cycles. The poles are melting, and it is changing the interaction with weather, crops, trade routes. The way in which we design our economy are being affected. All these factors are interlaced, and with this, the basis of economics are affected. If you realize these are the ones that dictate that human factors interact with us. Let's summarize that's what we saw in last meeting, how everything is being affected for DeFi or decentralized economies. And this is related to Bitcoin and blockchain. To evolve the financial world, BIFA is based on block technologies against specific variables inspired in blockchain. The truth is that decentralized DeFi economies are related to the financial system in an intelligent manner. What does that mean? Simple. I guess that you have heard how the World Bank, the Fed in the United States, and how central banks have talked about cryptocurrencies. There's a revolution in the last 10 years. A digital asset was in place and the cost was 0.0008. In less than 3 years, a dollar, then $30. And then, of course, bubbles. But then 250 US. 4 years later, 2,500, 6,000. Right now, the floor is 18,800 US dollars. Even came to $60,000. We are talking about the highest value asset in humanity. It is not technology, it is not the value, but the potential. Central banks are paying attention to it, and we're just about to see the central bank digital currencies. Now, talking about debt and equity, we have different values and securities for investment. This investment will have elements of each one of them. So this is the logic against which we base the value. Remember that the currencies were based in a warranty that was based in gold. But then, now what is the economy based on what? Petrodollars. We know that. The economy is based on debt. But this is the big reset, how it affected us. When the pandemic hit, the world was not the same ever. Do you have any idea on how much money has been printed from March 2020 to date? 34 billion US dollars. 34 trillions in Mexico. What does that mean and how it is? Let's have one of these tables. I'm going to make a tower that goes to the moon. Halfway, it's $1 trillion. To come to the moon is 2 trillions. So for you to have contacts, Mars is 8 times between the moon and the earth. Do you have any idea on how much money we're talking about? Do we have enough assets to see this debt of what we have printed? Of course, we are placing guarantee funds.
Well, the companies thought that we can amortize it, but can we do it? Well, see the inflation. See the levels to which we are getting to because of the uncertainty. But this has to do with climate change. Why? You will wonder, it's so evident. The planet right now is going through a big change, and the oceans will rise 30 centimeters to 1 meter high in the next 7 years. Do you have idea how many capitals of the planet are next to the ocean? 75% of them. Sydney, New York, Hong Kong, London, indirectly, or Paris. Well, it will be affected by the Seine River, but there's lots of cities by the sea. And you will ask, what will happen if the ocean rises? How we can move all the infrastructure? The answer is that we cannot. How we're going to recover the infrastructure? The we cannot to do anything against the power of nature. It's too expensive. So how are we going to do something? Let's do a business, and the business is uh, is just pure speculation. But many analysis are saying that to go for the war and you invest in destroying, you sell the bomb, you pay the soldier who will launch it, and then you will reconstruct everything. However, let's analyze what is going on around the world, and it starts to make sense. Money and other assets, a new liquidity in the markets, all the interest rate effects, the high frequency negotiations, liquidity, more conversion. Well, all the clearing houses allow us to have faster operations. What does that mean? That we can transfer the capital from A to B without going through clearing houses. The government don't want this, but for companies and trade, this is highly efficient. Now we have the El Salvador case that started to buy Bitcoin at a low price, but the digital assets will uh, reconsider the value based on the leverage, and this will happen in less than 3 years. Conversion to fiduciary money. The fiduciary money, it is a conversion point that is costly. As they go from one asset to the other, the token will not measure the fiduciary money. All the currency based or issued by private companies will become an intermediate currency, but the fiduciary currency will be digital. Have you seen all the experiments done with digital coin, with the CBDC, the one digital CBCD? Now in Japan, they want to integrate all the efforts in current currency to integrate a European digital currency. Everything is changing that stem from the increase in debt inherited from the pandemic that is creating waves in the geopolitical arena. The boom of intangible as an asset class is the predominant asset in most companies. It has a problem in accountancy because they cannot be valued. The blockchain are not different from the traditional intangible asset. Libra, cryptocurrency that was just about to uh, take Facebook away. The banks didn't want competition. How many of you have do Facebook, or a nephew that does nephew, or your daughter or grandson? I'm gonna give you a simple exercise. How many have a smartphone here? How many use it to communicate or to or check news? We buy airplane tickets, we invest The future is here. We interact with it every day. Everything that we're talking about is no longer science fiction. It's part of our lives, and we start need to understand it. I always talk about the analogy of the driver's license. We all here have a driver's license, right? Well, most of you. Or we drive a car. How many know the transit or traffic regulation by heart? Yes, but we drive the car. The same thing happens with economics. We know a little bit, but we do not understand the rules, and we are like caught when we do not do things accordingly. Well, the boom of networks breaks the conventional methods that differentiate companies from one another. Both are problems that play an important role in decentralized organization that are programmable. It is the production. Well, in Spanish, this means that we interact in different ways. Our clients exchange information of our products. When we make a mistake, everybody knows it, and this affects us, affects time, affects production, the brand, the value of the brand positively or negatively. And through that, we can have negative or positive feedback in an immediate fashion. We are connected, and this connection was more observed during the pandemic. Well, since we were in lockdown, we had to evolve to work from home. We used to work with laptops and video calls. We're just wearing a t-shirt, wearing the pajama pants and our slippers. Who didn't do this during the pandemic? We all were prey of that. And in this, we started to understand that those systems allow us to interact faster within an environment that it was like the same but different. Well, justification of production, the concern for social responsibility in terms of environment and human rights are being fulfilled by other monitoring systems, but never but always taking into account the profit. The programmable enterprises can be organized in terms of the social purposes without limiting the production. So this means that I have to plan carefully, knowing the consequences of my acts. If I'm going to develop a hotel chain in an area that it was reserved, well, it's not like we used to do it in the past. People could complain or could, but nobody was aware of this. But now we cannot do this anymore. I have to schedule the campaigns of environmental studies. I have to be very careful having the licenses enforce. The rules of the game have changed because I could otherwise I can lose the money of the investors because this impacts the trust. Well, risk distribution, the change of the employment nature will make more precarious the hiring. What does this mean is as the tokenization process starts, the like people will share the risk because they believed in me. They are monitoring in real time what I'm doing, how I did it, and if I if they didn't like the investment, I they will take it away right away. So before, people used to invest, had to read newspapers, well, expect the analyst to comment on this. It had to send someone to do research and then to see if they wanted to withdraw the investment. But right now, this happens in in the morning. How immediate the response is now. The fall of trust in traditional financial instruments. This is what I've just said. The price of the pound this morning, 1 to 1 against dollar, euro, the same thing. And this has to do with the war in Ukraine, and also it has to do with the lack of trust between assets and also the problem of leveraging. But this doesn't mean that this is a permanent situation. Right now, we are going through the consequences of pandemic, the drugs that have to be paid, and other things. But we all know how many vaccinations we've had. Do you have any idea how the organization of this infrastructure cost? Why the whole world changed? All the routes of distribution of assets were broken. We have the containers problem. Airlines couldn't amortize their costs. There were no people traveling. China could not sell the products on time. The lecturers weren't able to go to a specific place and they had to do it remotely. Everything stopped and the economy was increasing in terms of cost, and the employees also were paid to stay at home, but this caused other problems because they no longer want to work in an office. It was cheaper to be at home and receiving money from the government, which is still a problem. The development of new governance models that will not depend on the state. Well, cryptocurrencies and digital assets are linked to a code. The code is self regulated. We need to understand how the IT code works. Do you have an email, right? Have you ever used it? Yes. Tell me, what's the law that regulates how you have to send an email? There's no law. How's the law that rules on how to turn on your computer, or a law on how to use immediate messaging device, a chat? No, there's no law because it turns out that we weren't ready for technology. Technology was developed without having a code. The code is chasing the technology, not the opposite. So we were driving a car for 30 years before we had the transit regulation, or there were no laws. Those laws were built afterwards. And the same thing is happening with digital assets. The law chases the code, and how this will end. The trade. It turns out the electronic coins are not only there, the DAOs, and also we will have schemes through which we're going to perform trade, companies with tokenization that will be in clearing houses, and I'm going to order the products to pay then the vendors. This was done by the Chinese in South America, and the companies started to order digital assets with a value 1 to 1 with against fractionary currencies, stable coins. And we are linked to a speculation. And because of the lack of regulation, well, we have had bad players. And these adjustments will take 5 to 10 years because the code regulation chases goes after the technology. So the digital revolution, everybody was supposed to be prepared. This happened during the pandemic. During the pandemic, because of the needs of working remotely and the increase of e-commerce. During the pandemic, all of you started to use the digital devices more. We had to learn it anyways. and we had to participate like more actively in the economy. So we had to, the digital identity is how the technology interacts with you, and through it we will be able to communicate. The countries are working to create those digital IDs. We have the Cardano system in Europe. The Americans are looking for technology linked to blockchain, and we will see this for the following 10 and 12 years. The IDs will no longer be physical. You will have it in the database, and you will give permit. You will have your medical chart, your everything is going to be there. It's happening in Europe, in Asia. We have the social score system in China, but this is a social experiment, but it's a reality, though, and increased during the pandemic. So we have, there's no world without them. Let's ask my millennials or centennials and the other generations that we are not fully identified with. But these guys or gals grew up with these technologies, influencers, for example. We used to watch TVs with a presenter or reading newspapers. Now influencers tell the news, and sometimes they are opinion leaders, and through that they can break full companies, and not always with the right news. And this is part of what we belong to right now. And this is the answer that is getting prepared to the problem of the lack of legislation. AI will play the major role on international legislation through which it will regulate how an asset interacts with ourselves and the economies, and the values will be determined through consensus by international treaties between countries. This is just a prediction, but it will happen, I assure you. So, how the different economies starting to look for ways to self-regulate, and uh, you use Google, right? Google is mere artificial intelligence. The same thing with Facebook, WhatsApp, the text corrector. But you can select the sentences before you even type them. This is AI. It is at the very early stage, but and eventually we will have the code, and this will happen in less than 30 years. The future has got us. So the environmental awareness, all the problems that we go through will make us be more aware in terms of the environment. Carbon and bonds, car, carbon bonds are in place. Harvests are changing, the cycles through which we generate the crops, the way how we build, where we build, the rain cycles, the problem that we have of the increase of tides. And this will have economic impacts ever seen in the last 50 years. If we do not do something in this regard, there will no longer be a planet. Most of the experts say if we do not perform the changes and reduce the temperature, we will not have a planet in 30 years. That's why 30 is so important. For some, it's already too late, but we have to do it. Otherwise, the economy will not be able to withhold the planet. If we do not have a planet, what's the point of having so much money? So this is part of a process that was born in 2020. All the integration of regular economies to the digital economies and all the adoption of Bitcoin as a sovereign currency, like in El Salvador. And in other cases, I guess Costa Rica is putting forward some legislation. And then to integrate the technology in our lives. Augmented reality will give us more service offers in the cloud. Also, the robotics without having new sources of wealth for the companies, and the gains obtained will be invested in activities in science, and this will promote virtual economies that will be integrated through platforms to drills and video games. This is for the youngsters. Well, how much the video game industry is worth? It it its worth is more than the film industry. It's worth 60-90 billion dollars per year. Why this is relevant? Because we were taught to receive a score in a game, and this made us being better than the person next to us, and we have to play to earn. Play to earn is a system through which I participate in this economic activity and I obtain a score that could be exchanged by a digital token, and with this I can invest in the regular economic. A game activity becomes an economic activity because we have to give a job to people, and also this will allow us to educate people in a better way. Since we do not have enough employees and we need to be more effective, so people will invest in robots that will work in factories, and the factories will gain profit, gain money. But because of the settlements, and they will obtain a profit of the margin created by the robot. Have you ever heard of the trailers developed by Tesla, the automated trailers based on AI driven by satellites? Why they haven't been the experiments haven't been done in the US, all the transportation union, because they want to have a percentage of the gains to go to the unions. They're socializing it. So this is gonna be an essential base on the of the next 30 years. So we see the attempts of Facebook, Video, Sony Pictures, Warner are making efforts, and this part of the economy will develop more, and the experts say that this will cost $180 billion in less than 4 years. So politics, China and the US will maintain their differences, and they are distributing the pie that this has to do in a natural way. We know what happened in China. China became economic hegemony from the production of cheap products distributed around the world, but this is no longer the case. And this is changing, and China is entering a natural recession. Also, because bad practices regarding in domestic economy. So the systems that they use to leverage their economy based on debt derived from construction projects. And this is causing the problems and the recent demonstrations. And also the infrastructure funds placed in different countries are affected in the development of other areas. We also have the problem Ukraine, the energy crisis of gas, and also the special militarization operation that creates humanitarian crisis, food crisis because of increase of gas that will affect the Europe and increase price of weapons. First and foremost, let's do not just hear the news. It is not only Russia to blame. BP Mall is creating a new future in the German market derived from the increases in the price of gas. We need where the gains come from. Do you know how much the gas price increased in the last 7 months in Europe? 1,000%. The German economy is collapsing. The amount of people that cannot pay their debt, small companies, corporations, and individuals is appalling. There are no great, uh, but also the Chinese are obtaining gas that is cheap from Russia, causing food crisis. Ukraine is one of the major producers of grain, and where this grain ends up? Africa and the Middle East. Remember the Arabian Spring, what Fukushima. Why this was caused? Because of an increase of bread in Egypt. It is closely related to African Middle Eastern economy because they do not have production capacity. They live in deserts, in deserts. I mean, Egypt is more or less, and in terms of production, and Israel transferred the desert and other things. And for them, this has been great. But if this continues, we will have a humanitarian crisis in the next 4 or 5 months. But most part of the countries are re-equipping in terms of war. But also the future of control of ITC, in Taiwan, boosted by China, will create a lot of changes in the Pacific in trade, military control, power balance, the global economic stability. What does that mean? Let me tell you, what we are reeling is a barrier, and the barrier make the Chinese vessels to go close to India. That is why they are interested in Taiwan, Korea, South Korea, the Philippines, Australia have problems with this because if the Chinese take Chinese, they will become sovereign of China. They have 20 vessels in China versus the 300 vessels of the US, but the Americans have better weapons. Why we are addressing this? This has to do on the trade side and the chips that TCMC in China. The major exporters are them, Russians, Chinese do not have this technology. They are 10 years behind. They need to take the control. You all have a smartphone, and the sales of smartphones will continue. All the chips came from Taiwan. That is why they want to have it, but Americans won't allow it because the investments through which the Taiwan was developed was from Japan with subsidies of the US, and this will cause a global conflict. China depends 90% of the energy of everything that comes from the Hormuz Strait. The the Americans were talking about if they can block this strait, they will have the Chinese. But we have an interest case with Iran. We have demonstrations from the death of one young woman killed by the religious police.
China was quite benefited from this because China and the ironies would allow to go through the moves straight, but they could block the American. It would be a long story to say how much missiles are targeting the United States. And this is related to the story of the Malvians. This is generating a new world rearmament. Many countries are rearming, so it is likely that a new war will take place in the next 15 to 20 years. And this is going to be aggravated due to the increase of level of seas. Look, this is so interesting. That's strange. After the pandemic, we're being used to use technology and we have an economic problem. And curiously, now all central banks are saving gold to leverage the new crypto coins. The British government has just said that they are not going to honor those bonds that were issued before 5 years. That's really interesting. What does that mean for all of us? This is really interesting. The China Russia factor. China has 1.2 billion, Russia 142 million inhabitants. China will continue expanding. They are looking to expand their economic proprietary system. That's what's happening. 4 or 5 days ago, there was a meeting. China is losing market. So this is going to be quite interesting. They say, well, the Russians need to defend. It is not really intelligent due to Finland. Russia border with the OTAN doubled. This is going to be interesting, and this conflict will evolve in 3 or 4 years, and we're going to see the consequences. The productive plant is migrating. Confidence due to this restrictive plan is huge. More than half of the companies had reduced investments in the country, and there's some uncertainty. Some companies project income lower for this year. Companies are leaving China, and this will continue. Some went to Africa and Australia. We have a good opportunity. Something interesting is happening. A renewed interest in Mexico for its natural resources and location. And also, that could become Mexico one of the big investors, the same that we mentioned, and can give strategic materials. Let's remember this. Now, repeating the phenomenon as the Mexican miracle from 1940 to 60 gave a lot of growth to our economy. And this is happening right now. Blinken came and talked about a huge investment. So Mexico would become in the big factory for electrification, but also strategic investment in mechanic and agro-industrial sectors. Okay, let's not go too far. This is being discussed right now. Transport would evolve and will change everywhere. Automation will open new opportunities like applied engineering and lighter transportation. Good planning of science, consumption, and humanities could make it possible to evolve and to be more sustainable. A new reality with a proper management of resources and the integration of social conflicts. In other words, water, natural resources, mines, Those are the sources of new conflicts and new wealth. Would we be intelligent to take care of what we have and at the same time negotiate this new wealth? That could be even worse, not to have the resources. And having them, it's complicated. New borders, tax systems will readapt. And this is to the new evolution of states and individuals in the next 30 years. Our atmosphere, borders, and modern spatial exploration. Here we talk about Elon Musk and satellites to have internet everywhere, mining projects in the space. I guess that you have heard about that. Here we are going to talk about joint projects which are going to be the basis of development. For this, we need to distribute the cake here first. And this will be in the next 10 years. New industries will be created. There's something interesting here. There are new technologies that would allow to have air vehicles that would go in straight line above the troposphere and will reach any place in less than 2 hours. Peking, London in less than 2 hours, with less than 40% the fuel that we are consuming right now. All these that I am telling you might seem science fiction, but it's happening right now and it's evolving. This is a right forecast, and I can say this is going to happen. Terms as such could change at any moment, but we cannot afford not to be aware of these changes. Thank you very much. If you have any question, please let me know. If there's any question, yes, there's a question there. Hold on a second so we can give you the microphone. Welcome to all those that have arrived now. Thank you very much for being here. Go ahead, please. Is it on? Talking about the creation of an economic bipolar system. This is going to deplete the reserves that we have to leverage our coins, and this is going to be a problem. So, somehow, what's going to happen? That's the question. Well, forecast what's going to happen. It's complex. Central banks do not like the gold standard. They prefer debt so they can print money and keep some hegemony. Power is won through the military and economic part. This has allowed the United States to become the first economy after the Second World War. So we are going to see a change in sustainability. Yes, many of us would think about a world war. Our economy is going to be affected. Next year, we are going to see changes. It would be a big speculation to say that no consequences will take place in the next 10 years. Another question this side. That's the last question. I hope not to change the topic or subject. Mexican peso strong inflation 8.5. I don't understand this. What's happening? Inflation 8.5 and strong Mexican peso clarification. When we come to 1.2 million persons, we're not going to reach that. In the world, we have almost 8 billion people. China has 1,400 million. 1.5 billion people. That's what the slide says. Sorry, it's 1,400 billions. What's happening is simple. Reserves are in dollars. Dollar is strengthening and the peso increases. It is not that the peso is gaining value, but the dollar is decreasing. We will see a phenomenon where we will see parity between the peso and the dollar, and then the peso will fall, and the dollar will generate a swap with a new currency. We're going to see a match in depth. So from a bond to asset, we're going to have another with a new price. And this is going to affect us. The Americans are preparing that. They are on the verge of doing so. Okay. Thank you for your attention. Have a nice day. Thank you very much. Thank you. A strong applause. If anybody has any question, the doctor will be around here so you can interact with him, or you can also send your questions through email. I want to ask account Grace Williams to hand out this recognition to Dr. Caleb Gonzalez. She's from Grace Williams, CPA from Atlanta, United States. She's visiting. Welcome, Grace. Good morning. On behalf of UC America, we hand out this special recognition to Dr. Caleb Gonzalez Blanco as a speaker of the yearly Congress, the Grand Reset, on September 26, 2022. Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Now, please, the group picture. As you know, we always have a tight agenda, so please, on the chairs on the exit door to the parking lot, please go there for the group picture. And then we're back to our place, please, to continue with the meeting. You can have your coffee and come to sit here. We have important presentations and a lot of opportunities to greet and talk. Lunchtime, our cocktail tonight. So, hopefully, you said that you are going to be late tonight because we have also a karaoke tonight. Let's try to make it in 5 minutes, the picture of the group.
Muy bien, es correcto. Vamos bien, muchachos, ánimo. Ya nada más queda un minuto. ¿Sí? Ya estamos en tiempo. Claro que sí, por favor, porque ya estamos todos completos. Pero sí se puede decir bicis, como estamos felices, motos, sonrisa, emocionada. Un aplauso, por favor. Muchísimas gracias por su cooperación y apoyo. Y vamos, si gusta pasar por su café, su bebida y tomar lugar en sus asientos. Gracias. Aprovechen los instantes, los pequeños instantes para que... Y bueno, ya vamos a dar comienzo al siguiente número de nuestra agenda.
Querida, pues creo que a las 11:30 ya me toca.
Sí.
Creo que sí, mi toche.
It touches
Oye,
you.
qué cosa, qué relajo, pero bueno. Pero tú ya
Sigue hablando.
présteme el micrófono
I,
para que
I,
sea muy pronto presentar a nuestra siguiente personalidad e invitado, porque nos va a exponer un tema muy interesante, lo cual, primero que nada, quisiera que nos presentara quién se trata el señor Delante.
so, Moises Solares, the floor is yours. I have the honor to introduce um, Ambassador Dr. Eugenio Roldan Acosta, Director General of Tourism Investment of the Secretary of Tourism. He is from Guadalajara, Jalisco. He has a BA in political science in UNAM. He has a master degree in political science at the University of Pennsylvania and the PhD in the same specialty in Columbia University. He obtained summa cum laude in different universities, and he has been a professor in Columbia, Fordham University, University of the Americas in Puebla, where he was appointed director of the School of International Relationships. He performed important positions in these institutions, and he was appointed vice rector of different university. He worked in the Secretary of the Exteriors, where he performed as an ambassador of Mexico to Algeria, Libya, Mauritania, and Tunisia. He was chairman of the Mexican Association of International Relationship. He is a chamber of the honor board, and he is an associate of the Mexican Board of International Matters. In the Secretary of the of Foreign Affairs, he worked at the federal level. He was director for Asia Pacific and Europe, director of bilateral matters between US and Canada, and also an advisor of the secretary in several parts of Mexico. He was head of the Chancellery from the Embassy of Mexico to South Korea, an alternate council in also in Hong Kong. Dr. Eduardo Roldan is the author of several, of more than 100 articles and essays published in national and international magazine, and author and co-author on more than 30 books. I'm going to mention the most important ones. We have Perspectivas actuales de actuaciones entre México y Estados Unidos, la nueva relación de México con América del Norte, política exterior de México bajo un régimen democrático, retos, interrelaciones de integraciones regional de Europa y América. Also, we have the last essays, Trump contra el mundo, the classic of international relationship, marco jurídico, política exterior de México, and also the most recent one, which is pandemia, globalización del desorden. Besides everything he achieved, we need to highlight that he received the National Innovation Prize for the leader of digitalization of passports. In 2015, he received Benito Juarez Medal for the citizen merit, and also he was awarded a medal for his performance in the diplomacy for 25 years, research academic of geostrategy, Secretary of Foreign Affairs, also UNAM appointed him as the head of Talk of Emilio Rabasa. Dear friends, please let's give a big round of applause our distinguished guest that we will have today, and he will officially inaugurate the 23rd seminar. Let's give a big round of applause to Dr. Eduardo Roldan. It's an honor for me to participate in Accounting Legal Business Advisor and Strategic Alliance. Estoy muy contento de participar en este congreso. Tuve el honor de participar en este seminario y por eso estoy aquí. Tourism is the third source of revenue of the domestic GDP. That is why it is so important. As we all know, the first source of revenue is the remittances that our fellow citizens that live in the US, and we need to mention that there are more than 36 million Mexicans residing in the US. Only 4 million of Mexican are not officially legal, and the rest are from the first, second, or third generation. And opposed to what we think, they provide $51 billion. So it is the first source of revenue in the domestic economy. They own more than 1 billion as small, mid, and large size corporations, but the purchasing power represents more than $1 billion on a yearly basis. And all of them contributes with 8% to the US economy, more than $17 billion among other matters. 40 years ago, I lived in New York during 7 years while I was on my PhD program in Columbia University. There were 150 people from Puebla. The bulk of them sell flowers in the streets, and they were from Chipilo, a region of Puebla. I can tell you that today we have 1.5 million poblanos in New York. That's why in New York, why we call them Puebla York. They contribute with the American and Mexican economy. The second source of revenue is oil. During the pandemic, the barrel dropped 26, but now it's 80, $90. But let me tell you that in order to exploit and explore a barrel, the cost is around $5. When it was dropped down to 26, the profit was 20. And this is how we have an important source of revenue. But the third one is tourism. Before the pandemic, we had an annual revenue of $24.5 billion. During the pandemic, we dropped to have $11.5 billion. Today, I can announce in a very rewarding tone that at the end of 31st of December, the revenues from tourism is going to be $26 billion. So we are recovering for one reason. Even this government was criticized because it didn't fully close during the pandemic. Now Mexico is one example because with sanitary serious and deep measures we didn't close the borders. And I can tell you that the big tycoons, the trillionaires, came to Mexico to shelter. I'm talking about any uh, total. And they found out that Mexico has a world class infrastructure in terms of hotels, services, and gastronomy. So by next year, they booked in Punta Mita, Cancun, Los Cabos, Puerto Vallarta, booked at 50% of accommodations because through the word of mouth, they found out that Mexico's got all the infrastructure. I see many intelligent women here. Tourism is the first source of job, the first source of job creation of women. So that is why in the Secretary of Tourism, we are dedicated 100% to strengthen the sector. Well, the other sector, like the car sector, that will not touch on, and the other sectors. Well, I just want to make this comment of record because this Miguel Torruco, the Secretary of Tourism, sends you greetings. He's now on his way to Nayarit to celebrate the World Day of Tourism, and that is why he asked me that on his behalf I would represent him and talk about tourism. So, the World Tourism Organization, the has put the reactivation model, the Mexican model, as a reference, and we should feel proud of it. The reasons I'm going to show them in the screen. The importance of tourism. It creates 4.5 millions of direct jobs, represent almost 9% of the total employment at the national level. And as you can see, the trade accounts for 20%, manufacturing industry 19%, real estate services 10%, tourism 8.6%, and construction 7.5%. How we received the sector in order to compare where we are at today. We have 92% of international tourism that come to Mexico come from 6 places: Cancun, Mexico City, Los Cabos, Puerto Vallarta, Guadalajara, and Monterrey. We receive 41 million tourists from abroad, and during the pandemic, we became first, displacing Spain, that was fully closed. And now we are competing in attracting more from Asia. And why Asia? Not only the US and Canada that are our main sources of tourists. From the US, we have 56% and Canada 11%. In total, they account 67.6%. But we are not taking advantage that annually and that China is recovering 145 million Chinese travel, and 22 million are tycoons, besides spending in great hotels, airplanes, and only handcraft, Mexican handcraft, each one of them spends more than $5,000. Therefore, we have created like the Chinese seal, so the hotel will have a restaurant where to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They do not go to beaches. Are just they go shopping and they spend on culture. So that is why we want to have Asians here, which is a huge source of revenue. We have 6 places where we get tourism: Cancun, Mexico City, Los Cabos, Puerto Vallarta, Guadalajara, Monterrey, Acapulco. By the way, we would like to relaunch Acapulco with security, safety, residual waters treatment, because the tourism seeks for security, and the tourists come to enjoy. So, first, to provide security, to look for the right residual waters treatment. We have a very clear and defined strategy. The Mayan train that has been criticized because it have touched on interests of previous times, but it will bring together 14 magical villages, 46 archaeological sites, 18 indigenous paradises, 6 World Patrimony history sites, and 28 destinations and supplementary localities: Yucatan, Quintana Roo, Campeche, Tabasco, Chiapas, 19 stations. In total, it covers 964 miles, like 1,500 kilometers, but it will have 190 high impact products. What are the magical villages? That preserve the ones that preserve gastronomy, the principles and the environment of human touch of the inhabitants. We have Orizaba, Tepoztlán, Dolores Hidalgo, San Sebastián del Oeste, Compostela, Sayulita. Though that is why there's magic villages. So we have to get to bring them to life again. So we have those international programs in magic villages in Barcelona that was a total success. The Mexican booth attracted all the operators, touristic operators in the world. So we haven't forgotten the film tourism. Through films or movies, attraction is created. So we're going to give life again the Day of the Death, inspired in a film of James Bond 007. Sam Mendes style we will have on the 1st of November, along with F1, Formula One, and we are attracting international tennis player in the new stadium, which is better than Wimbledon. So you deserve to know it. Until 2008, the great winners was like the economic elite of Mexico, The government subsidized F1 with $65 million. Where does this go? To the organizers, directly to the pocket of organizers. So Mexicans paid for that. Yes, there was tourism, but the great benefited ones were them. The new government said that will no longer be the case. So you want F1, you will get support with security and logistics. And in November, we will have our F1. But this will not cost any more to the Mexican taxpayer. It will cost to the organizers. The same thing happened with the Open in Acapulco. The organizer went to the office of the secretary. I said, I'm here for my check, $45 million for the organization of the Open in Acapulco. And the secretary said, I have instructions from the president of not giving you anything. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to leave to Dominican Republic. Okay, sir. This was the answer of the government. I'm not saying any names, but when you go to Dominican Republic, please bring me a cap from Punta Cana. Another businessman from Acapulco said, yes, I will build a new stadium. And this is the new stadium where the Open will take place. This is a new tennis stadium, much better than Wimbledon. And the same thing happens with F1, etc. So there's a substantial change in the way we do tourism in Mexico. So we have Tesoros, Mexico. It's a registered brand of Mexico before Sector, where the great hotels and five-star haciendas have high quality in gastronomy and services. And let me show you. Sometimes we do not know what's there, out there, in rooms, gastronomy, services, accommodation, attention. This is the kind of hacienda I'm talking about. I I have stayed there. This one is in Hidalgo state. The traditional living rooms where you will travel throughout time. And this is what we have preserved. There's four axes of tourism. The strategic projects, we haven't done things like just for the sake of it. We have done them thinking in the transformation and creating social welfare because we do not want to accumulate all the wealth in one elite sector. And we want to distribute that wealth also so the poorest one will get a share. The Tren Maya, Bahía de Chetumal, Transismic, Huasteca Potosina, the Islas Marias, the aeroportuary system is being built. The IFA, the airport system, IFA criticized by the great interest because many people invested and everything was already distributed amongst themselves. By the way, before thinking of Texcoco, the previous government thought of Hidalgo. This is what is not being told. This is the not Texcoco. It was supposed to be at Hidalgo, but since they bought cheaper in Texcoco, so the business will be like much better. So the Chetumal was abandoned. Now we have a new airport, Tulum, Tepic, and Krill, but there's also substantial programs of the Secretary of Tourism, the Green Angels, the Tourism Tianguis of Mexico, Magic Villages, training, certifications for free. We are international fairs in platforms, Visit Mexico and Mexico Desconocidos, and then the secretary knocked the doors to attract. So that is why we are going to have $26 billion in tourism revenues, but also we have prioritary programs, the Pescado de Moctezuma, fish of Moctezuma. If you remember, Moctezuma used to eat fresh fish from Veracruz, and where all those points is we will have the pentathlon race. That is why it's called like to attract foreign tourism and international competitors. The same thing with the carrera in the Altar, desert of Altar, inspired in the European one. We have Casa Manzanero and Anchor Products, the Museum of Mexican Hotels, the aquarium of Mazatlan, the stadium of Acapulco. So people want to know how people used to live, and this is going to be achieved by tourism. The Mayan train is a reality. It will cover all this area, but Palenque that was abandoned. There was people that created hotels or built hotels in the federal area, breaching the law, and now there's a negotiation and not to continue breaching and move away. And in Tulum and other stations, and also the Maria's Island was a prison in the Pacific coast. So the prisoners were located in different parts according to the crimes committed. And now this was not given to developers. This is going to be a national park, so everybody will be able to enjoy. Cells became rooms. And from Mazatlan and other parts, there will be vessels to bring tourism because there are really beautiful islands. Felipe Angeles Airport. I was invited to the inauguration and I had doubts about it, but I was fully convinced when I went to the inauguration. It it is of an international level in 44 hectares, which is quite big. It's got three museums. When there were mammoths, and we have the Museum of the Mammoth, we have the Museum of the Armed Forces, and we have the Museum of Air Force, and among others. So, in a weekend, please go there and please do not let yourself be guided by the enemies of this government that criticize everything, but they don't do anything because their interests were affected. That's why they criticize. The Green Angels or Ángeles Verdes are more than 60 years of age. They are technicians in cars that are traveling around Mexico and provide free service to tourists just by clicking three digits. They are not policemen. If the car is broken down, they people have it fixed. So they offer security to the tourists. And this is a successful model that many Europeans and other countries are copying. There's a control center in real time, 365 by 7 days a week. The communication is direct, and we know what is happening in each part of the Mexican highways to support tourists. The fish of Moctezuma, the desert of the altar. And finally, the new touristic model is aimed at the welfare of our peoples because tourism is a tool of social reconciliation. So we want that that people that work for tourism will have a better quality of life, and we want them to earn a better salary and not having them living in the marginalized zones or in farm ranch and will take them 3 hours to go to the hotel they work for. So we want them to have a better quality of life. Tourism is the source of human exchange, of international encompass. Tourism lives from emotions, images that seduce to generate realistic expectation of unique moments and memorable moments. We travel to know another part of the reality, and we like to visit those places that offer us a space out of normal. The size of the Mexican territory, its nature, the history that backs it up, the art and popular tradition are part of this beauty. So, to end, and I'm going to remain quiet. I will show you in 1 minute the beauty of Mexico City that competes internationally with other herbs, but sometimes when we live in it, it is not as enjoyable as it is.
It seems that not yet. It's not placed yet. So this is just a video to reflect on tourism, where precisely lawyers and accountants are highly related because they are in charge of tourism finances. It is an element for the development of any country. Thank you very much.
So far,
Moises Solares, please come to the front to hand out the recognition. And now we are going to hear the official inauguration for this event. Thank you. Chairman, it is my honor. Please stand up. Being 12:03, September 26, 2022, the International Contract of Strategic Alliance and Accountant is inaugurated. Congratulations. I wish you the best of success of your work that will be quite productive. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we ask Moises Solares to hand out this recognition. My pleasure. UC&CS America hands out this participation diploma Dr. Ambassador Eduardo Roldan for his participation of the 23rd Congress, the yearly meeting that we have and have held for 23 years. It is really an honor to have had your presence, and we hand you out this diploma in recognition of your participation. Congratulations. Okay, so then let's continue. The show has to go on. We are adjusting our agenda anyway. As you know, all these yearly meeting and the close particularly has been devoted to assess and to know how geoeconomics is moving, how it is interacting with all the countries in this worldwide economy. Many years ago, we're talking about the BRICS and the Pacific Alliance, and we have talked about many things, the TPP, Trans-Pacific Alliance, the TPP, what was the Trans-Pacific Agreement, the Free Trade Agreement, European Union, Brexit. So there has been a series of trends a long time. But now, after the pandemic, we say how all this geoeconomy is going to move. What are the challenges for this worldwide economy to continue working? Many businesses broke, some others were created, some others were strengthened. What's the dynamic? That's what we are going to see right now by a friend and well known partner being introduced by Judith. Thank you very much, Mauricio. Well, our next speaker is economist from Autonomous Mexico's University, master degree in Colegio de Mexico and Johns Hopkins University, researcher at the Colegio de Mexico, and also coordinator as professor, ex-ambassador before the OTC, and ex-president WTO, and also has held positions at the IRS in Mexico and also the Ministry of Economy. He's author of more than 100 articles, books, and papers in international economy. So it is my pleasure to give the floor to Dr. Fernando de Mateo. Welcome. A big applause for you. On the contrary, thank you very much. It is really an honor to be with you today. As you see, I am economist. No one is perfect, but I want to talk about the future of international trade. Mark Twain has a quote that says, "It is difficult to forecast, particularly on the future." And also to the best American philosopher, Jody Berwin, ex catcher of Yankees in New York. The bad thing is that I have two screens, but I'm going to show you how was the perception of uncertainty in the world. Hold on a second. Okay, so you can see during the 90s, the world perception of uncertainty was a constant perception. And when the 21st century started, there are many events starting with 9/11, where the uncertainty rate rocketed. And then the Great Crisis in 2009, 2010, and then, and please allow me to say this, I'm going to place myself here to show you Mr. Trump imposing to China high tariffs. And of course, the great pandemic, COVID 19, and the war between Russia and Ukraine. In this moment, it should be around here. This is April 2022. But showing how was the economy from the 1700s, you can see that most of the GDP were carried by China and India. They were the great powers. Around 1820, obviously, then United States went up, and also European countries. Of course, in the year 2000, 2001, China recovered its position as a power in global economy. And you can see how this has been growing as of 1961 up to 2021. The GDP of Mexico as well. There's a correlationship between both. But every time that there's a crisis in Mexico, the crisis in Mexico is exacerbated with higher potential of a drop than those crises that we have suffered at worldwide level. Last year in 2021, all of us were happy, we were growing, we had overcome the pandemic, the world increased 6.1% its growth at worldwide level, and Mexico had, as you can see here, I cannot move the slide. So Mexico grew close to 5%. And then projections. This projection is from July this year, but as of June, and I'm going to explain why, forecasts have dropped substantially for the world, for China, United States, Mexico. There has been a drop in forecasts. And now I get back to the quote, predictions have reduced substantially due to different reasons. And I'm going to elaborate on that. I should acknowledge that I am not part of the generation that knows how to use Excel perfectly. So I drew this in my iPad and then took a screenshot, but I did it myself. That's a great advantage. And this is simply demand and supply curves. All of you know them. And I want to explain what happened to inflation or what happened to the world economy. As you can see, in March 2020, we had the demand, and you can see, everybody can see this. Okay. In March 2020, suddenly, due to the pandemic, companies started to lay off their employees, and the demand that was here, we were here in March 2020, that was the GDP. This was the price of that GDP. Demand dropped from here to there. At the same time, the supply is reduced because they don't have anybody to sell to. So, what happened to the price? The same price, but the GDP is down. And what happened after this? Then, developed countries particularly give two things: money to its population and companies, cash money. In addition, they generate money with the quantitative is leasing, like buying securities. So what happened? Demand grows. Supply at the beginning remained where it was because the pandemic was still in place. But look at this. Look at prices. So it is where we are right now with a supply that is growing. Employment in developed countries is high, but there is an inflation problem. The price is moving, and a GDP that also grows in 2021. Then it is reduced due to several factors. First of all, and you can see this here on the upper part, this is the inflation created in the United States. That's the supply. Eduardo Roldan, it is a pleasure for me to see him back again after so long. He already mentioned this case. There have been big bottlenecks in supply. First, the pandemic prevented products to be shipped. There was a change in demand. You stopped going to restaurants or on a holiday, and my wife is complaining about the things that I have bought in Amazon. It's impressive. We have moved to e-trade, Amazon or Mercado Libre. So the problem of Amazon and Mercado Libre, the problem that companies are facing is that it takes longer for shipments to arrive. And here you can see the causes of worldwide inflation, and some of the important causes is, as you can see, transportation. Transportation grew huge. The price of transportation rocketed. I'm not going to get into details due to time constraints. However, it is important to say this. These different elements, especially here, and also food. We're going to see this again. And this is fundamentally due to the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And trade is also growing, and it grows, but as you can see, look what it grew. Most of it, however, it's due to inflation, to the price of products. If you measure it in volume, the truth is that it is not so big as of 2020. So, what's the fundamental problem? This is food. Look, in Mexico, in the United States, food prices are increasing 13 and 15%. So there's an important factor here. As you can see, recently, this price, due to different reasons, including the one that factor that opened the Black Sea, Ukraine and Russia produce 75% of, of cinnamon, canela, cinnamon canela that impacts in palm oil, olive oil, and if you go to the markets, you can see the oil price. But look how it has dropped and how oil prices also increased. This is in constant dollars in 2022. There you can see the big crisis of 1973, 1980, the big Mexican crisis due to oil price drop, the last decade, as we call it. And here, the war between Russia and Ukraine. Russia, it's a great army power, no doubt to this, but they are an economic dwarf. And I say that in relative terms. Russia GDP is not very different to Mexico. And in terms of per capita GDP, we are more or less around the same situation. Now, I was talking about transportation prices. You can see where were we? 1,000 US dollars per container, a 40-feet container. And look how it increased. Now it has dropped again. This provides hopes that the inflation will start to subside. I'm going to talk also about the government actions. More or less, Asia, Europe are the same, and North America. But look at this. Look how interest rates have increased in different countries. And why the increase of interest rates? It is simply to reduce demand. For example, loans to buy a house in the United States, it has increased up to from 0 to 2% up to 6-8% for a mortgage. In Mexico, of course, it is 20% for the interest rate. What happens with this? People start to reduce their expenses. It is also true that people, when it is said that pandemic is over and that they can go to have lunch to a restaurant or holiday, they changed what they were spending in goods. They get back to expenditure in services. So after a big scarcity of labor, with this new opening, they are rehiring people for services. So it is difficult to reduce salaries of people. Very difficult because they are still scarce. This battle to reduce inflation, it's not going to be easy in developed countries or developing countries. Of course, an important part of what we have in Mexico, that's imported inflation. Imported inflation because we have a huge integration with the North America market. At the same time, there are some aspects like the lack of fertilizers, a great fertilizer producer, Russia. And it's difficult to get those fertilizers. And at the same time, the official policy is to avoid the use of seeds with GMOs. Mexico was the Green Revolution in Veracruz in the 50s. And this assisted India not to starve. And I don't understand why GMOs are banned. But well, Mexico needs, due to different reasons, at the beginning of this session, they were talking about how the peso is related to the US dollar. It has kept its value. Sorry, the agenda, it's there so I cannot see, but excellent presentations, the ones that we have had. But the fundamental problem is that the growth and recovery of Mexico, it's limited this year, particularly next year. The dollar value is got a subvention or subsidy by all the money that our workers send. But Mexico is a big exporter of goods. We're exporting 500 million of different products. Look at this. This is July 15th. As I said, I don't know how to change charts, but it has not changed a lot. You can see the drop or different currencies. So this is a lot of pressure to US economy, and dollar is revalued compared to all currencies. And this is due to confidence, trust that keeps this monetary international system. We could be talking about cryptocurrencies, but this is not the topic. There's something which is really important. We are finishing with globalization. Is that the end of globalization? You can see at the top right, this is starting from the Great Recession of 2009, and you can see the relationship between trade and GDP. Look at what happened in 1940 and during the war and the Great Depression, and how this grows so fast. This is the moment of the great world globalization, and we are coming to an end of the globalization. No, I'm okay in time, I think. I'm going to show you some interesting facts then. Globalization did the following many things. Among some, it reduced in a substantial manner poverty worldwide. But going from poverty, look, sorry, I missed an axis here, the Y's. But this is 7%, from 50 to 7% in poverty. This is considering the different categories of poverty. So the problem is inequality between GDP at the bottom line of poor people and wealthy people. This is the red line, 50% of the population, and in blue, 1% of the wealthiest population. Also, inequality among countries is also narrowed. And what happened with world trade? This was again done in March this year, this forecast. And you can see that it will substantially grow. So this is with a possible recession in in the European Union and possibly the United States.
So, what will happen is that it will drop or will be close to zero. So, the interesting thing, and I go back to the question if there's globalization, if globalization is about to end or not, and if we put this in two axes, one axis at its core China and the other axis that has at its core the US. So the in reality is that this is not happening in terms of material goods production. Well, there's a drop, an important drop in the relationship between trade and world GDP. But what is happening with services? Services have kept growing. Well, this is because of the pandemic, but the tourism services, for example, but services to the product has substantially increased. And this is an iPhone, eh? It's a true iPhone, okay? When this was done in produced in China, China kept between 5 or 10% of the value added of the iPhone. Now it's going towards India for different reasons, and one of those reasons is the threat of the American government that they will not have the necessary chips to continue producing in China. But what is happening, on the other hand, is that the design of the iPhone, the different features of the iPhone are being produced in India. And what it was 10% of the value added, this has increased to 25%. So this is how the merchandises trade, which is the red line, and other services trade, the like tourism and governmental or government services. As the goods and services trade as a proportion of GDP falls around the world and falls really fast in China. See how in Mexico this keeps growing. So Mexico depends more and more on the world trade to continue growing. In the last few years, the engine of the economy has been exports of manufacturing. This is what Ambassador Roldan explained to us about tourism. It is really relevant. Well, at the beginning, it dropped dramatically, but then it started recovering, and then we are now the second export of tourism in Mexico. The developed strategy in Mexico has not worked. Even something was missing. The per capita GDP, where Mexico was in 2000, and the first country in emerging countries, and now it is very close to get to the levels of Thailand. Well, China started really, really below in 2000. Now it's at the same level as Mexico. Mexico, with a tenth part of the population of China. Now, China has become a great provider of raw material. We need to take into account that globalization changes changed the rules of the game. The globalization is not that I manufacture a product and export it. No, globalization is that in each one of the countries that are part of the big value chains, it's a link of that chain until one at the end takes everything of each and every country and manufactures the product. For a car, there's pieces or parts that cross the US border 8 times before being incorporated. So services are essential for this. Who is the one that sells intermediate goods? It's China. And here in Mexico has a menage a trois with China and the US. Mexico, 20% of imports come comes from China. Out of this 20%, 80% are intermediate goods that are used to export the products to the rest of the world, mainly, well, to the US. How much do we export to China? We export around 100 million dollars. How much do we import? No, 100 millions, and we import 1 billion. It's a ratio of 10 to 1. But this is not concerning, as we use what we import from China, we can use for do other things and be able to export to other countries, and this happens in the rest of Latin America. The case of Mexico is much more evident than any other country, and that is why is the how important it is, the struggle between Mr. Trump and China, the trade war with China. And I have the graph to show. This is in the US market. What are the products that come from China and the products that come from Mexico? China grew a lot faster than Mexico, but now we are growing more like faster than China, and mainly because the US imposed a 20% of the imports from China, and China put 22% to tariffs to the US. Nearshoring, no, in Mexico, is the nearshoring is happening or not? But what is happening is what China used to export, many products are exported from Asian markets. In the case of Mexico, we do not know. Well, the graph from The Economist, you can see the new direct foreign, the new foreign investment. We got rid of reinvestment. This is just new direct foreign investment. So until 2021, Mexico was like sleeping. There's a series of elements showing that there's like a nearshoring towards Mexico. This is a survey done by the Mexican Central Bank of how many companies in the different areas of the country. Yes, I'm receiving new demand for new opportunities because of nearshoring, because they want to produce it in Mexico instead of in China. And there's There are statistics, right? The purchase from Chinese companies or by other countries of industrial parks to uh, build their plants and send their products to the US. As Eduardo said, Mexico, and the first speaker mentioned it too, Mexico is in the best position in the world to receive new investments. So to have the possibility of exporting to the great market with which we have 3,000 kilometers of border. So we do not have any problem in terms of transportation. Well, there are serious problems in highways, but it's not that the vessels or ships will not be able to get to ports before and during the pandemic. Well, we went from just in time to just in case. The number of inventories that are established in the producing companies in developed countries is impressive. So I would get lost, or I would uh, spend a a lot of time if I dwell on this, but we can guess how exports during like the last 5 years or 6 years have been the engine of the growth of Mexico. The investments, the fixed rate investment has dropped in the last few years. The consumption hasn't been able to recover, even though that most of the growth of the consumption, well, a good part of the consumption growth comes from the remittances from the US. Well, this is where you can clearly see how exports have increased and how we have how investments of China and Hong Kong have grown in Mexico. So the problem is that we're talking about $500 million. It was half, well, a long time, and so we are now at $500,000 out of $30 billion. It doesn't look impressive, and this is the effect. I'm not going to dwell on this because of time reasons. I just have 20 minutes and I still a lot to cover. And let me tell you about the the number of measures taken by countries in the world since the Great Recession of 2009, the financial crisis. It's been impressive the number of measures, the disruptive measures when it comes to trade. And here you can see how the different countries have been affected. So China is the most affected one, followed by the US. But this is a war between US and China. But Mexico, in a pink color, is that we have been affected by the US. In which measures we have been affected? Through the subsidies given to the different domestic manufacturing process. I was last week in a very interesting event. Unfortunately, it was remote. This is held in Geneva, that there's an exam of trade policies in Mexico. And this is carried out during the following week. It's gonna be done in the World Trade Organization. The multilateralism uh, will carry out a pre-survey, and I was invited to present. And it turns out that Mexico has well behaved in trade terms. It has put not many restrictive measures during the 5 years of the exam. If I have time at the end, I will show you what the private sector has commented on in terms of Mexican trade. I'm not going to talk about the World Trade Organization, but it doesn't work as a negotiating leg. The solution, the checks and balances are not working. So the only thing that is working properly is the analysis leg, like sanitary measures and phytosanitary measures, and the technical obstacles to trade. So the Mr. Trump, this is what Mr. Trump left when he was a president, and Mr. Biden has not corrected it. He's not interested in correcting this, and he continues this war of with China. I could talk about this for hours, but we're talking about another subject. But I want to show you why, since there hasn't been any negotiations in the WTO, and there's been such a high number. This is the line, the black line, that corresponds to the number of new trade agreements in force. Recently, the main contributor to increase the number of trade agreements is the UK. European Union has lots of trade agreements, but the UK, when leaving the UE, well, started to negotiate agreements. Mexico signed one with the UK. It's a temporary one. Once they will have a more advanced one, if we compare it to the one Mexico has with the European Union. Mexico negotiated the Pacific Alliance partnership, and wants to pull it back, to push it back by negotiating with Korea. They are in talks with Korea, another one with Ecuador, and so on. But obviously, most of our contributions goes to the north, to Northern America. So Well, it's not bad. It is not that there's nothing wrong in it, but it will not. It will affect us if the increase of interest rates cause overreaction and there's recession in the US market. So this is those are just the trade agreements between the G20 group, and those are the number of trade agreements of the different countries. You see Mexico, that's got agreements with 23 countries. There are some that are like nonsense. One that is called Generalized System of Trade Preferences. But believe it or not, we have a trade agreement with Ghana that there's four products that obviously nobody will buy or sell them, and we have another one with India. But in reality, we have 11 free trade agreements. Those are the ones that worked well. More with Latin American country in the car industry. And US does not have a negotiating power or authority, so economic framework for prosperity of the Indo-Pacific region. This is very interesting, and it's got the US wants to face China. So I cannot give you tariff preferences, but let's see how we can facilitate trade. Well, India said, I'm not going to be part on the trade part. Do whatever you want. So the resilient value chain, the decarbonization and taxes and anti-corruption measures. What will be the result of this? I don't know. But when I hear this, when I read what in the USCR and webpage, well, for me it's nonsense. But they would they would say that's me. But we do not know if this will work or not. I still have 5 minutes, right? Well, here the solution of the checks and balances in USMC. There's a fast track mechanism in labor response. I'm gonna be very diplomatic. It's something that if I had been a negotiator, I would have never negotiated it, but it was negotiated. But this is the evidence that the damage is on the person that was accused. It has to demonstrate or prove that is not doing anything wrong. It has to prove that everything is well on labor matters. And the unions that accuse one company, Mexican company, and immediately the company has to demonstrate to the Mexican government what they have been charged. It has been charged for, but they have to use the Mexican law. We have 3 cases, 5 cases in the car sector, automotive sector, and all of them have been solved in in the consultation stage. We have the rules of origin in car matters that the US is applying wrongly applying more than 75% of what the automotive law is demanding for. But we do not have the the energy part. The US and Canada, they were on a panel in dairy products. Well, this is in English because this is what I presented in Geneva. When I talked to the private sector, if they could have like other views or ideas on what's the problems that we are facing as a country.
And this is published, but this is not the strong point of Mexico. Not always laws are honored, and there's a violation in some instances of trade agreements that become obstacles to the nearshoring to investment. Then, United States and Canada are not agreeing with the following. The state electricity company gives priority to the distribution of CFE, its own distribution first, instead of distributing clean energies. They are doing the contrary. And then problems in the way that they deliver permits for companies. Number three, a permit for Pemex was granted, but only to Pemex, of having a higher sulfur content above the one allowed by law. And four, that CFE and its products are given priority for the transportation of gas and oil. And for those of you that want to see the remaining slides, you can read price of electricity in Mexico, United States, and Canada. And here, the remaining complaints about trade policy. I was told by the private sector that this is what we are really complaining about. And I thank you for this. If you need anything from me, I am more than willing to answer any question or hear a comment. Thank you, Dr. Mauricio. I give you the floor. Thank you very much. Before that, please allow me to hand out this participation diploma. So I'm going to ask Reynaldo Nava to hand out this participation diploma. Thank you very much. And please for the picture
Muchas gracias.
pose. Yes, thank you.
Ya está tomando la foto.
So the picture has been taken. Good. It's been taken.
Lo escuchamos.
When this talk started, Dr. Fernando de Mateo said that nothing is perfect, but he has a conjunction of intelligence, knowledge, and talent. And he has given us a full talk of the world economy, and it was really extraordinary. It's good that we have these men in many parts of our country that seemingly you have always flourished. On behalf of UC&CS, we want to acknowledge that talent to provide us this knowledge. So we want to hand out this participation diploma to Dr. Fernando de Mateo for his extraordinary talk, Challenges of Trade Governance in the New Global Context. This diploma is signed by our chairman, CPA, and master in business administration, Mauricio Mubarak.
Fuerte el aplauso, por
A
favor.
big applause, please.
Vamos a la foto, doctor.
And please hold on, wait
Muchísimas
a picture to be taken, please.
gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. An applause. Thank you, Reynaldo. Well, now the world was shaken by the pandemic and also by a war that we did not expect in 100 years. Even when we have had other conflicts, this phenomenon in Europe of the East generated a lot of problems with energy and the supply chain beyond what has happened. That's why we allowed to invite this talented and experienced speaker from Poland, and we asked her to talk about what's next with what is happening in Ukraine and how this is affecting. We don't know, we don't talk about politics, but how this is affecting in the supply and the economy, and how Europe of the Eastern Europe comes now and how it participates with all this. For this, now we are going to ask Judith to introduce our speaker coming from Poland. Just a favor. We don't want to have a lot of goals in the World Cup. Okay, so go ahead, Judith. Thank you.
Bueno,
Well,
pues la doctora era
Dr.
Poncha.
Beata
Ella es
Poncha,
internacionalista, doctora y
internationalist,
profesora de Relaciones
doctor and
Internacionales de la
professor
Universidad
or Foreign
Tecnológica
Affairs
de
of
Monterrey.
Monterrey Technological Institute Ambassador of Poland in Mexico and Central America in 2014 2018. She was also condecorated with the Aztec Eagle Order. She worked at the Princeton, Poland Institute for International Studies in Warsaw, and she held different positions as deputy director supervised by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. She studied history in Madrid in the Complutense University with a PhD degree in foreign affairs. She's also a commentator of international affairs and she is a columnist in Heraldo de Mexico. And she also writes in Arroba Punto. And it is for us a pleasure to welcome her and give the floor to her. Welcome, Doctor. We hear you. A big applause for her. Thank you very much for the introduction and for considering the topic of Central and Eastern Europe in the context of this so important meeting of public accountants. Thanks to Mauricio for the invitation. It is for me a pleasure to share with you some words about Eastern Europe, a region. As we can see in this map with this yellow circle, it is a wide region and a long history has experienced different wars. A region that now has a new war and it is neighbor of this big threat that was born due to the expansionist policy of Russia. We're going to talk about this region. There you can see these two maps that are here. And as you can see, we live here with some exceptions. Hungarians are not Slavian. It is a linguistic root which is different. It is not well known where they come from. And then Romanians are closer to Mexicans because it is from a Romance origin. From the ethnic point of view, it is homogeneous. The big family of Slavians that are at the Balkans and at the eastern part. We can say that Christianism is also prevalent there. In this part of the world, we have many other countries that have different religions, but there is a big division of this region. Catholics, precisely as Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, in Baltic countries, and a wide representation of Orthodox. And it is not a religious division, but also cultural. In these two parts, as you can see in this second map, they are divided. This part is divided into green, those that speak Slavian languages closer to Europe, and to the right in blue, Cyrillic, closer to Russia. Along history, this cultural difference is important along history of this region. From the geographical point of view, this region, with the exception of the Balkans and Carpats, there are no natural barriers. A flat surface, easy to move along history with this possibility to travel from east to west, west to east, has had big impact in this region. because here almost the most important invasions took place. This region was the pathway from Tartars, Turkish, also the Napoleon armies going to Russia, also Nazi armies during the World War when they wanted to invade Russia, and also Soviet armies when they were fighting under the orders of Hitler. Has played this important role and has been treated like a buffer zone, a zone during the 19th century. The empires of that time, Austro-Hungarian and Russian empires, have divided this zone by occupying territories of other countries like Poland, which is the most emblematic case. Since the 19th century, late 18th, until the beginning of the 20th century, they disappeared from the map divided among these three countries. In the 20th century, here, the two wars started. The First World War in Sarajevo in 1914, and then the second one in Poland in 1939. This is a very sensitive region where the international resonance is exacerbated. The confrontation of Europe that have marked the history of Europe and the world in the first half of the 20th century. In 1944, it was decided in the agreement after the Second World War that this region should be under the influence of the Soviet Union. And that's what powers have tried to do in this part of Europe. Along the centuries and decades, they have tried to fight for their identity and independence, considering several countries that are in this region. In these four maps, obviously, what I am telling you has impacted the political map of what we know as Eastern Europe. On the left, you can see in 1902, Europe was like that. That was the region basically divided into the three empires: the Prussian, the Austro Hungarian, and the Soviet or Russian Empire. In 1980, there was independence of several countries: Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, several countries. Then, along the time, here closer to the present end of Second World War, 1945, the establishment of communism in Europe in the hand of the Soviet Union. And it was the extension of communist governments up to 1989-91 when the Soviet Union fell. Some changes also took place after the Second World War, making some adjustments in the territory distribution. Finally, in 1989-1993, a big revolution. In this part of Europe, the communism fell down and then 15 new countries appeared. The Russian Federation was the continuance of the Soviet Union and the commitments of the Soviet Union, and at the same time, there is a big transformation for Central and Eastern Europe countries. As you can see, Czechoslovakia is divided in two, and there's an integration of Germany in 1990, an important step in this process of closing the wounds of the Cold War and recover that community in Europe between Eastern Europe and Western Europe. That was the name back then of this territory. Back then, what has been seen when we talk about the history of Eastern and Central Europe, it's an integration of these countries, and then they got independent from the big powers in that region. Along history has been really important. Austro-Hungary, Prussia, along history, it has evolved in the format of the empire that it was, but they have never waived. Just a few years in 1990 to 2008 of their intentions to conquest or control this territory of Central Europe. As I said, this region has demonstrated a permanent will to be independent, not being controlled by the powers, and they have sought different tools and methods to keep their independence or guarantee somehow their socio-economic development of the countries in this region. Between 89 and 91, we see the disappearance of Eastern Europe. This is a geopolitical concept. It is used here in Spain, in those countries that speak Spanish. This is an easy way to know which zone we're referring to, but it is not so correct. Why? Because this region has changed since 1989 and 91, since the communism fell, the wall of Berlin fell down, so it has fragmented, and we have several Europes here. And obviously, we have the Baltic Europe, Letonia, Estonia, Lithuania, marked in green at the top of this part. Then Baltic countries were part of the Soviet Union. When they realized that the Soviet Union fell, they rushed to get independent and become countries and link with the institutions of Western Europe to sustain their freedom. Also, we have Central Europe. That's how it is called. It is made up by Polonia, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary. And also East Europe, sorry, Eastern Europe, Ukraine, Belarus, and Moldavia. And obviously Belarusia if we're talking about Eastern Europe. And finally, we have the south of Balkan Europe. That's the most complex, difficult, the one that we know due to the dramatic events that these countries have experienced when Yugoslavia dissolved. There is a group of countries over the rest of Yugoslavia, seven countries with different problems and tensions and civil wars. Serbia are now over, but there's a lot of pressure here. For this region, the fall of communism basically meant revolution. I can remember back then in the 70s or 72, then My first 17 years I was in the communist Poland, and I saw how all these structures fell and how the democracy also fell down. And basically, in different environments, establishing democracy and also a unique political party, excluding free elections, civil freedom, political freedom, establishing also a market economy when they were over. It was difficult. A lot of sacrifice took, and also the organization there. Not all countries have experienced this in the same way as we can see now. To make it easier, the region is like this nowadays, considering that it is a region of 18 countries. That's what we are talking about when we talk about this, and what we now know as Central Europe, 18 countries. So, yes, it is a lot, a fragmented region, and if we add these to economic capabilities, then that would be equivalent to a little bit more than the economy of Turkey. Segmentation is not favoring, however, this region. And as I said, this is a clearly divided region in those spaces. Balkan and Central Europe that are really close. They belong to the European Union. Balkan Europe with these small countries and difficulties to enter the European Union, and Eastern Europe, Ukraine, Belarusia, and Moldavia. There is a possibility of becoming members of the European Union. Moldova also is trying, and Belarus, a dictatorship since the 90s, is kept and very close to Russia. So the countries in the regions have evolved in different directions. So it is not a homogeneous region, very diverse with a lot of differences and different priorities. If we consider the Balkans in general, most of these Central and Eastern Europe countries, with the exception of Belarus, Ukraine, Moldavia with some problems, and Balkans also with some problems, but we can say that they are democratic countries as a majority, with some questioning to Hungary and Serbia, basically. Those are the countries that have changed a lot their foreign relationships after having a strong bond with Russia, the Varsovia Pact, and the economic sovereignty of Russia. Most of these countries are now in the European Union, and Europe is the base of their economic relationship and also the trade with the world. Poland, 80% of its transactions are with the European Union, some other countries as well, China, but it is not comparable with the weight of the European Union. Talking about security, they are majority from the Atlantic Alliance or Partnership, exception Ukraine, Bosnia, Herzegovina, and the others are members. In terms of security, and also an important relationship with the United States in terms of security, but not in trade. But the United States are relevant. And finally, security. If we see security in this region, nowadays the main threat of these countries is Russia, the Russian Federation. This threat has grown as of the arrival of Putin government when he came to power in 2000, but clearly in 2008, in August, when Russia decided to invade some of the countries of the Soviet Union, we know, but they have a minority of Russia in their territory that also had some independent wishes. So they were supporting the independent wishes of Georgia. So they are out of control of this country. This was in 2008. In 2006, also an important for the perception of how is Russia in this region. In 2006, Russia decided to close the gas tap to Ukraine, so they close the access to use gas in winter. And this has lit some alarms in all Europe, but especially it was confirming that Russia policy in the region is targeted to establish more controls and prevent other countries from doing it. For example, Ukraine, the way to the west. And what I am telling you, obviously, is reflected in different international measures and indicators like democracy in Eastern Europe. There are some countries that are located with their democratization index economist unit. They are in the group of democracies with some issues. In general, in Europe, there are exceptional democracies that comply 100% to the requirement of a democracy. In Europe, in that region, Central and Eastern, we have majority democratic countries. Hungary and Serbia have some issues, even when they are democracies. Ukraine, for a long time, has been rated as a hybrid regime due to the problems that this country had in the 90s and also in the first decade of the 21st century to transfer to a more democratic economy. Belarusia, authoritarian regime, no doubt, as we can see, marked in red, and Russia, also an authoritarian regime that has come close to this authoritarianism, similar to Putin government with the warranties to remain up to 2036 in the power. As we can see, this region has experienced a transition not only for the political system but also a change in the economic system. It was a tough transition, a transition that cost employment, adjustment, privatization. I come from a small town called Golice in South Poland. In the communist, there were many factories that had several employees, and then the transition, and they had privatization, and 90% of people lost their jobs. So they migrated. That was the possibility to open, fortunately, for a part, a very important part of the Polish society that found this transition in economic that was so costly for many families and many homes.
So this transition was successful, and today Poland is one of the countries, like in the map. What's the GDP per capita? It's darker blue is 40,000 euros per year, and the red one is a much lower GDP. So this is the Western Europe is a privileged zone in terms of economic development, and this is a region that is has an equal distribution of revenue. So the GDP per capita reflects more the reality of the revenues perceived by those inhabitants. Or let's go to Central Europe and the Baltic area that is getting closer to the Western Europe revenues. It's they are exceeding like 50,000 euros per year. I have a comparison of the per capita GDP of Poland and the GDP per capita of Mexico. Mexico was higher, $8,000. In Poland was less than $8,000 from the today we have in Poland a GDP per capita. We have 35 thousand euros per person. In Mexico is around 20,000. So there are different factors that have influenced the economic development of both countries, and there are factors that hit the Mexican economy. But in 30 years, this tells us that there was a significant change in Poland, but it was not the case for Mexico. So, but in the map, you can see the red boxes, which is a GDP per capita below 20,000 euros per person. And even in Ukraine, we have 7,000 euros per person. Ukraine, in these 30 years, haven't made progress in terms of economics development. So the Balkan part of this region in Europe and Western Europe have not had the same development than that of the Baltic Europe or Central Europe. And this is the difference in that region. The countries that are part of the UE and also the EU, and also they have had a strong economic transformation, are the ones that are almost at the same level of Western Europe, but the ones that are on the way of reaching this, they have more disadvantages and they are in a worse situation. And foreign policy, that was another aspect of this economic uh, transition, and with the disappearance of the Soviet Union, all those countries were connected with Soviet Union. When the Soviet Union uh, fell, Poland had to redo everything because the Europe Union was falling on one hand, and on the other hand, there was the need to open those economies, introduce freedom in terms of prices, and also the freedom of exchange, and create all the stock market, because there was not this concept in communist countries. And Poland, after post-communism, the stock market only worked twice a week, and there were only like 13 companies that went public. This happened in 1991, and today we have 500 listed companies, more than the ones that Mexico has, which is so in this economic context, and also with whom we relate ourselves and how with whom we have a foreign policy and we have also our domestic relationship, has put us on the west direction. Today, Poland is part of the EU, and then there was two extensions, so the EU would have 27 state members, 10 of which or 11 of which belong to this region that back then were communist, and also the Atlantic Partnership with a lot of care, because they were countries like Poland, Hungary, Czech Republic, Slovakia, that were in the Atlantic Partnership in 1999. They had to convince the US, Germany, France, and UK to be accepted in the Atlantic Partnership. It was not easy, and the Western hemisphere was not really amiable with having Russian negotiations. But during that time, there was not a plant in the territory of post communist countries that were part of the Atlantic Partnership until 2014. And Russia occupied Crimea, so the Atlantic Partnership, the NATO, to have something like our neighboring countries, because if Russia decides to expand a little bit more, we will have all the OTAN members totally unprotected. So we had all the NATO in the territories. Before we didn't have, there was not an infrastructure like this. What's the stance of Russia? As we know, in Central Europe and Eastern Europe, in order for the countries, Russia is a great power. It is a great power. It is a country that since the 18th century has had an expansionist policy. The 19th century, like giving away like countries like Poland. And then on the 20th century, there was a window of opportunity to that region in 1991 when the Soviet Union fell. Well, during the Gorbachev policy that started the transition, and in 1991, the official fall of the Soviet Union, and this and many took the opportunity of this and added themselves to the Atlantic Partnership. So, and in this sense, I said that the divisions of Central Europe, in which there are Orthodox and Catholics, because this division and the fastness with which the Catholics, or the ones linked to the Latin alphabet, started their way, has been much faster than the rate with which Balkanian did this with the Eastern Europe. Like there's been history of centuries that have marked all the political preferences. Obviously, Russia during the 90s was a chaos, basically, in many senses, a political, economical chaos, privatization, the oligarchs. We didn't know what was going to happen with Russia, but after this, now the Russia didn't have a violent nature, thanks to Gorbachev, that back then they used weapons not as much as they could. And also during the 90s, there was no civil war in the Russian Federation, with little exceptions. This is the opposite of what happened in Yugoslavia. But from the standpoint of the perception of Russian society, the 90s were hard years because of the inflation, the chaos, the lack of order, corruption, mafias that have been expanded in the great cities, small cities, and then put order. And this is what Russians liked. The support with which he said when he uh, began his administration and subsequently, but put into office, and he initiated a very different policy regarding Central and Eastern Europe. In some way, this policy to control the neighbors that were part of the Soviet Union, Belarus, the Caucasus. If Georgians wanted to move out from the influence orbit, they applied some mechanism that allowed them to suffocate those independent trends in terms of the domestic or foreign policy, all already independent countries since 1991. And in this sense, we must acknowledge that the influence areas of Russians is the zone of Russian influence since 1991 shrinked a lot of what we had, like the steel backdrop, and also the borders, the western borders of Lithuania, part of Ukraine, Belarus, in the influence zone of Russia. Russia didn't like this reality. Putin did not like it at all. And in this sense, has introduced different mechanisms to control the area, trying to maintain or support the maintaining authoritarian regimes, like in the case of Belarus and also the Central Asia countries that back then were part of the Soviet Union, and also promotion of internal conflicts, the use of minority of Russia. When the Soviet Union fell, 25 million Russians were out of the Russian Federation. They were parties of the old republic parties. So the use of minorities to attain some goals of foreign policy. So we have this case, the defense of the Russian minority in Ukraine to invade this country, military intervention in Georgia, in Russia, territorial addition, and the referendums developed in the 23rd of September in Ukrainian territories to annex those Western South Ukrainian to the Russian Federation. Also, we can talk about a lot the energy dependence that have marked the relationships between Russia and Central and Eastern and Western Europe, even. So in this map, you can see what is the dependency of oil gas pipeline. But we talk about gas that flows from Russia to the countries of the region and to Western Europe since immemorable times. And one part of this oil ducts that we have that goes through Ukraine, Belarus, Poland is from Soviet times. There's news that is Nord Stream 1, Nord Stream 2 that have been built between Russia and Germany and in this century. So one has been opened and the other one was suspended since the war between Russia and Ukraine. So the relevance of the region of gas transit obviously has its impact in the Russian policy towards this region. And also, there's a pact generated from Russian gas in this area and in Western Europe. In this map, you can see that there are countries of Western Europe, like Germany, whose dependency of gas is 40 or 50%. And because of the war with Ukraine and Russia, it's hard because Russia has blackmailed them about closing the gas supply. And the same thing happened because Putin arguments that sanctions imposed to Russia makes it difficult to maintain the infrastructure. But this is an technical argument towards a political decision. Since the beginning of this year, we have observed is the reduction of exports of gas from Russia to the mentioned countries in 40%. So what's going to happen during the winter in Western Europe, because there's not gas, but many countries have taken measures to have like not a hard winter, or implementing measures to save energy. The war between Russia and Ukraine is a tipping point between all the relationships among the different Europes. But most countries have supported Ukraine in this. On this hand, on the other hand, they have decided more militarization in all those countries. Is it good or bad? We have to assess. But in reality, those countries are afraid that Russia could dare to go beyond Ukraine. Lithuania and Estonia will be the first countries. Even Poland could be in the middle of the list of the targets of Russia. There's resilience in terms of the policy of those countries, the EU and NATO, and Hungary and Serbia. The Orban is a pro-Russian government, and Serbia has been bombarded by the NATO. And there's a difficult relationship between Serbia and its current president regarding NATO. China, two words on China, because Russia is an actor that has been in Central and Eastern Europe since the 18th century, with being very constant regarding the foreign policy to control this area. And since then, the policy between countries to try to be independent, to find like the checks and balances, to have the independence or a different development. I always say if Russia had offered an interesting economic development that will allow for a real growth, I do not I wouldn't have any doubts that many countries will follow Russia. But Russia is offering uh, authoritarianism and the weapon industry, and this is translated into socio-economic level for society. How attractive is this model for the region? Which is not. But China is a new player in this area. It is an actor that starts to see Central and Eastern Europe when they become members of the EU. And this is from 2012, when China established a platform of relationships with this region. And this platform is now 17 plus 1, 17 countries, with the exception of Kosovo. Thank God there are not, the China plus 1, which is China, because all those countries are member of the EU, and they have weights. And for China, which is the main socio-economical partner, the EU is the main partner. So to have influence in the decision making process through those countries of Central and Eastern Europe is essential. But for these countries, this means like to be diversified, a political partner, like we see in Hungary, that has had a very good approach to China, and China is building one of the most important universities in Hungary. The Chinese in these relationships with Central Europe and Eastern Europe, have increased the growth of trade without mentioning that they have big deficits. They brag about logistic development. There's a country that is in charge of transporting the goods from China through Eastern and Central Europe to Western Europe, more than 30,000 freight services, many agreements between Chinese institutions and these countries, trade agreements with Serbia and Hungary, the most relevant ones. From the standpoint of the real, actual political results, they have been more careful with China, first of all, with Taiwan and the human rights issues, like Lithuania and Czech Republic have been very critical, have criticized China, and in some way this affects the country. And also the Lithuanian case decided to open in Taiwan and not in Taipei, and this for China is very serious. China broke economic relationship with Lithuania. So this is relevant for Central Europe, and there's differences there. And the war between Russia and Ukraine was the non-return point, because China has a position that is close to China. Let us imagine a region where Russia is seen as an invader or like a country of expansionism. China has not found many acceptance, much of an acceptance. So Lithuania dropped out, and then we have a summit that was celebrated in 2021. It was held at a very low level because many countries this region did not send the highest representative. If we assess the economic results with the presence of China and in Central and Eastern Europe, in economic terms, we have a deficit basically in the trade with China, something that is very characteristic in the rest of the countries. And also the investment are relevant. Back then in 2021, no, from 2012 to 2021, uh, there have been investment in, but if we compare this with the UK, France, and Germany, the Chinese investments in each of one of those countries go from 10,000 to 50 millions. The difference is substantial. And in the face of the pledges made by China, well, to those countries is relatively low. All the loans from China to those countries are not attractive. In the European Union, for example, is out of focus. They do not comply with the European Union requirements. There's been loans for Balkanic countries like Macedonia that have been building some highways with Chinese loans, and recently claimed they they asked for the support of the European Union to pay those for those loans. and also the construction of the 5G network, which is very relevant. Most of those countries have added to the agreements with the US or have implemented in their legislation the the policies that hinder the development of 5G network, since the security issues, since they are in the NATO. So there's certain unity regarding the not to allow China to develop 5G issues in the countries of that region. And to end, if we see the Central and Eastern Europe, we see that they are coming back to the main confrontation global scenario between the US and China. It is an unexpected return because Russia, from the standpoint of the global confrontation of China and US, it is a secondary actor. But the fact of invading Ukraine, the equations changed a lot. And today the region is coming back to our minds with great concern. There's going to be a larger war, and we will just keep the war between Russia and Ukraine, or this will become the will come back to the history of the First and Second World War and being the focus again, where the spark ignites and then it will become a more global conflict. We do not know that, but we are in a very sliding ground because Russia is determined with the mobilization of the officers to occupy Ukrainian territory on the eastern and central part of Ukraine. And Putin is determined not to lose the war. Well, through this occupation of territories, and Ukraine is determined to defend itself. And we need to acknowledge the right of the country to defend itself. So Ukraine is determined to do all is all what is needed to have all the sufficient means to defend itself. We are in a region where there are nuclear weapons. I'm talking about Russia. And this changes the calculations, the forecasts on what may happen in that region, in that context. But at the same time, I think that the Western Hemisphere will be very careful when it comes to Ukraine and Russia war, because we all know, or nobody wants to have a nuclear war. That's obvious. Like all the world does not want it. Not even Russia wants it, but we need to see to what extent the willingness of not wanted to use the weapon nuclear, that and this has to be compared with the willingness of Putin to win the victory. So we come back to a pessimistic scenario of militarization and polarization, a region that again it is in this confrontation between the great powers, Russia, the US, and China trying to do something, but there are, it has little capacities because it's close to Russia. Where this will lead to, there's a main concern of what might happen and how to live this new situation. Because when the communism falls, if times were difficult in the 90s, there was the optimism that we were going to a new scenario, democratic scenario, economic changes, and we have seen the growth of those countries. Today, we are again with a war scenario, even worse than the communism era. Thank you. A big round of applause.
Just a question. Who could be the negotiator that could stop this conflict? I know that the region is weakened. We do not have the Queen of England, and there's no important personality in Eastern Europe because through war, no solution is going to be reached. This is my fear. We're going to take the path of war. That's my opinion. But the truth is that along these 7 months is that there's a country that has contributed to the negotiation of these topics. That's Turkey. President Erdogan has played a very wise role in this context with the capability of communicating both with Putin and Zelensky. So, if we look for someone who has done in the context of negotiation, it's him, Dogan, a personality which is a very controversial one, authoritarian, clear intention to control power in his country and obviously becoming a third now in power, but he has played a relevant role in negotiations, especially in negotiations to the exit of Ukraine through the Black Sea. An agreement was signed between Russia and Ukraine to export through Ukrainian ports that are occupied by the Russian with the intermediation of Erdogan and the Secretary General of the United Nations that has participated. So the United Nations have been also monitoring the implementation of this agreement. In the future, if someone would expect Erdogan would be the personality to convey the message between the involved parties and at a given time open some options. But right now, they don't want to talk. Even if there are mediators, they don't want to talk. That's clear. Sorry, the person is not using the microphone and no translation can be done. Maybe the microphone is off, I think. My apologies, the person seems to have the microphone closed or off. Yes, Poland. The truth is that has been investing from many years in defense. The Poland position has an article that there has been 2% spent in defense according to what the Atlantic Alliance establishes. In the last years, big purchases have been done in aviation, land forces, etc. Now, Poland, it's a country that has a hard position to Russia with the government that has a very strong rhetoric to Russia. So it is not an acceptable country for Russia for a proper negotiation, knowing political realities of the region. So who could be a mediator? The conflict parts select their mediator. And with the proposal of the president in Mexico for three personalities to mediate by the Pope Francisco and Irene Mori, and the Secretary General of the United Nations. Are they acceptable for Russia and Ukraine? Considering each one. Antonio Gutierrez, yes, he has participated in negotiation. Belena Moni is an unknown personality for Ukraine, and he is not very clear. And Russia could be accepted, not necessarily by Ukraine. And the Pope completely unacceptable in that region because the Pope has condemned the war 2 weeks ago, has made some comments that are unacceptable from the point of view of Ukraine. When we make these proposals, we need to see who these parts are going to accept. The moment we have seen that the role of Erdogan is who has conveyed the ideas of both parties many years in Ankara, in Turkey, precisely for negotiations. They have made some prisoner exchange and now the grains. But I think that until the parties are clear that they want to negotiate, no negotiations will be made. And when they make that, the secondary part would be the mediator. Until Putin disappears from power, the war it's going to be present, open or undercovered, if they reach an agreement. And even with the agreement, Putin is not going to waive his intervention in Ukraine elections, for example. Zelensky came in 2019, so in 2023 would be elections. So there are several tools as long as Putin is in power. And what's the probability that he disappears? We do not know that, obviously, but we know that there are many fractures in Russia generated in the last months. The mobilization of recruits. Thank you very much. The longer the line, probability is that it will disappear. But we need to get used that this is going to be a long war, open or uncovered. And for the region, mobilization in central, mobilization until Putin disappears for all Europe. Thank you very much, doctor. Strong applause for the doctor. And we ask her to ask Montserrat Avalus from Dominican Republic to hand out this participation diploma for her. Thank you. Good afternoon. It has always been basic to have historical knowledge. We can see it is more essential and more for us that are consultants of a firm to have socioeconomic knowledge, geopolitical knowledge, and see how the world is going to be. It was incredible for me to have the chance of have the doctor giving this keynote speech about Ukraine and Russia. And by UC&CS America, we want to hand out this participation diploma to Dr. Beata Washna for her participation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, a picture. I remind you that we are streaming this meeting through different social media for UC and CS Global and America. We are streaming in a simultaneous manner through WebEx, YouTube, LinkedIn in English, and of course through IBM video streaming. Thank you, Mauricio. We give you the floor, of course. Well, to continue knitting this part because we're knitting this part what's happening all over the world. We had the eastern part, now the western, and now the China dragon. What's going to make China with all this? They have a famous phrase: see, hear, and silence. They let everything to happen, but they are going to act. They are not going to remain silent. So now we will see how China is reconsidering economic goals according to the pandemic and this seemingly long war. It seemed short, but now it seems long. And according to what's happening in the economy all over the world, a harsh winter, lack of energy, and inflation. What is China going to do? Who's going to talk about this?
Muchas gracias, Mauricio.
Thank you, Mauricio.
Certamente, soy el
Certainly,
profesor en el Departamento de
professor,
Filosofía de la
researcher
Asia y
of
África
Asia
del
and
Colegio de
Africa
México.
region,
Estudios
Colegio de
interdisciplinar de
México,
Colombia
PhD
University,
degree from Columbia
Trabajó
University, New
multidisciplinares
York,
de investigación en Beijing,
multiple
Shanghái, Hong
research
Kong
in
y Taiwán.
Shanghai,
Durante el
Beijing, and
Instituto de
Hong Kong,
China se
and
capacitó para
also
licenciatura,
training courses in
maestría
the
y doctorado.
bachelor
Y
degree,
obtuvo
master, and PhD degree.
diferentes
Publications,
instituciones
many,
que
many
le han dado
recent
grandes
papers. It
ayudas
could be
para
long
poder
to
conocer
mention all
lo
of them,
nuevo.
but I
La
want to give the
doctora
floor to
Maricela
Dr. Marisela Connelly. A strong applause for her. Congratulations, Doctor.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very
Para mí
much.
es realmente
It
un
is
gran privilegio
really a
estar otra
joy
vez
to
con todos
be
ustedes
here
de manera
with all
presencial.
of you in person.
Hemos estado cada
We
año
have been
en
every
este
year
tan
in this
importante,
so important
pero
event.
desafortunadamente por la
Unfortunately,
pandemia
due to the
decidimos
pandemic, we have had
a distancia.
to lock down and do it
Nos
in
hubiera gustado mucho
distance. So
estar
it is really a
ustedes
pleasure for me
presentes.
to share with you
Bueno,
this today.
ah,
So well,
vamos a hablar un poco acerca
now we're going to
de
talk
qué es
about
lo que ha pasado con
what
China
has happened to
en
China
este periodo.
during this time.
¿Qué es lo que
What
China, los líderes chinos,
are the
están
China
percibiendo
leaders
acerca de la
perceiving
situación internacional?
about the international situation? How they are focusing their
En
attention
determinadas
in certain
puntos
points
muy
that are really important for them.
ah, China se está enfrentando
China is
a
facing
un sistema
an
internacional
international
hostil. Estamos
hostile
viendo, por un
system.
lado,
On one hand, we
cómo
can see
Estados
how
Unidos
United
está tratando
States
de
is
plantear
pointing out at China
como el
as
principal
the main
enemigo de ese
enemy
país. Está siguiendo una
and how
política de
they are
confrontación
following this confrontation
respecto a
policy
China.
regarding China.
Y el mismo escenario
The
que
same
estamos
scenario
viendo
that
en
we are
Europa
seeing
con
in
la guerra
Europe
de Ucrania,
now with
pues
the
bueno,
war in
eso hace
Ukraine
que China
that makes
esté
China
tratando
to
de
try to
pensar
analyze
cómo puede
how
enfrentar todos esos
to
retos.
tackle
Sobre
all these
todo
challenges,
pensando en la
especially
relación tan
thinking about the
importante
so
que
important
tiene con Rusia.
relationship that they have with Russia.
Todo esto
All
ha hecho
this
que China
has made
empiece
China
a
to
pensar
start
en
thinking
la necesidad
about the need
de cambiar
of
el
changing,
liderazgo y sus
modifying
políticos en
their
cuanto a
goals
modificar el conflicto.
regarding foreign policies.
Estamos viendo, por un
Now
lado, cómo Estados
we're
Unidos
seeing how
desde la era Trump
United States from
empieza
the
a criticar a China,
era of Trump, they
empieza
are
a ponerle
criticizing China. They
aranceles a los
started
chinos,
to introduce high
empieza también a
tariffs
ponerse a
to Chinese
resguardia
products
sobre la
and
isla
then
de Taiwán
also getting
y cómo
closer
se
to
pierde.
Taiwan and
Pero
their
conforme
government.
se
With
ha profundizado
Biden,
cada
however,
vez más
this policy has been deepened. What Biden has done is to turn to partners, partners in Asia, for example, to continue this confrontation policy with China. We have seen how the United States has placed shields in South Korea, army bases in Asia, especially in Japan, South Korea, and they are carrying out joint military exercises with some of them. All this situation is making China, on one hand, to value all this situation and to start thinking about a policy that changes this passive situation that they followed in the past. China, same as Russia, has a very important instrument in Asia, in Central Asia, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. This body, both China and the United States have used it to serve as a counterweight to the OTAN or NATO. What they are trying is to say the following. Also, within this context, they have a lot to say and to contribute for changes given at worldwide level. But which are the goals that China has in foreign trade and also in internal affairs? For China, the most important is stability in the country. Why? Because the Chinese Communist Party knows that for the Chinese population, it is very important that the party shows that they are working for the population. The Chinese Communist Party is resolving the problems that arise, even so serious, caused by the pandemic since 2020. The economy, the economy for the China Communist Party is also important. We have seen how the China economy dropped in all these years of the pandemic, how they had also issues in supplying resources, how all the supply chain was really distorted. If this continues, obviously, this is going to have important impact in the economy in China and of course in the global economy due to the significance of China in global economy. But the China Communist Party with Xi Jinping has very clear goals on what they want the country to become in the 21st century. Since Xi Jinping came to the power, he started to gather power in his person. He started to establish organisms that depended on him. Why? Because they started to organize both policy, economy in such a way to fulfill this goal to make China a power in this century. That program in China 2025 was devised for China to attain technological sufficiency, that it does not depend neither from Europe or the United States. And we have seen how within all this scenario that we're facing, where the United States is targeting confrontation with China, one of the tools that they have is technology, trying to block China access to technologies to progress in this sense. This year, during October, we are going to have the Congress of the China Communist Party. That Congress takes place every 5 years, and many decisions are made there. Among them, who will be the leaders? We have seen how Xi Jinping has been breaking the rules that were established during previous years. Since Deng Xiaoping, with the economic reforms in the 80s, thought how it was necessary to renew the leaders of the party precisely to attain the completion of economic goals, but also to leave new leaders to carry out the whole process. That's why we see that China Communist Party establishes that leaders can only be there 5 years in their position within the China Communist Party. Also in the government, only 5 years in their government positions. Jiang Zemin in the 90s, starting on 21st century with Hu Jintao, but when Jiang Zemin came to the power, precisely for all this process of decentralization of power, well, now he's trying to avoid that. From the last Congress of the Communist Party, he set aside limits, all the limits of times. And now with this Congress in October, it is really important to this point. We will see that Xi Jinping consolidates his power in the Communist Party. Which changes are going to take place in the party, and then in March in 2023, which are the changes at government level. So all this, which is being considered at internal policy level, is closely related to China's position in the international arena. Several times we have seen how Xi Jinping has made statements in the sense that the international order should be changed. It is not possible that the United States and their allies in Europe and other regions dictate what has to be done or what is not to be carried out at international level. In several fora, the G20 or the Shanghai Cooperation Organization at the United Nations, Xi Jinping has been repeating this, saying that China can give another option on the organization of the world with more fair principles based on ethics and morale. Obviously, all this has made the United States to be very attentive, saying what they are planning with this Communist Party Congress. Xi Jinping is certain that in this 21st century, China will become a world power and will take away the leadership from the United States. Both Russia and China think that the United States has weakened a long time, that United States, precisely due to the last leaders, has lost its international presence that it used to have in the past decades. In addition to that, from the so deep crisis of 2008, the United States started its decay. For the same reason, Xi Jinping says, well, it's about time that we start to participate in the way things are ordered at international level. Now, the conjunction of interests between China and Russia, which is very important in this scenario. Why? Because as we can see, Russia and China have made the relationship closer, and this has made both countries to think that in a joint manner they will be able to establish that new international order. But how this relationship has got deeper between Russia and China? We have seen how, after the Soviet Union fell, when in mid 90s China and Russia leaders joined and started to hold dialogues on how to strengthen their strategic relationship. And when Putin came to power in 2000, we see how they are increasingly closer, the interests of China and Russia. In addition to this, in addition to political interest conjunction, we're also seeing economic interests conjunction. Why? On one hand, both are aware that they need to increase their bilateral trade. On the other hand, in the first years of the 20th century, we saw how China is turning from military articles in Russia precisely because they are modernizing their army. In addition, China is quite interested in oil, in gas from Russia. And that's why we have seen that they have carried out important negotiations to build gas and oil pipes from Russia to China. Negotiations that many times have been quite complicated, but at the end, when Russia has been in a weak position, China takes advantage to get more oil or gas, as it is precisely now in the crossroads that we are facing. But both Russia and China know that each one has its own national interests. At the same time, they need to keep on working to join their interests at international level. And we have seen that lately when this meeting of Xi Jinping and Putin took place in February 2022 in Beijing, when Putin came to the inauguration of Olympic Games in Beijing, and the statement they made was precisely in that sense. They said we need to keep on working jointly. We need to tackle together the Western world that wants to take us out of the game forcefully. And in this joint communication, we can see how they are speaking about this new establishment of the international order, and they gather all these geopolitical priorities, how their situation is in Asia, how they are seeing this positioning of the government of Biden in Asia and everything that happens after this encounter in Europe.
So the important meeting between Xi Jinping and Putin was held during the World Meeting of Cooperation of Shanghai. So they will discuss about the international issues. And some say that Xi Jinping do not want to risk his position around Ukraine war. Xi Jinping has been very cautious based on the Chinese statements that they support the position of war, criticizing NATO and the US because they have put pressure on Russia and they have obliged Russia and to make this kind of decisions like the war in Ukraine. But on the other hand, I repeat, China has been really careful because no, she knows that there could be negative consequences violating actions imposed by European countries, allies, countries of the US into Asia. It has She has said to all the companies not to go beyond the established limit and not to violate those sanctions. During this meeting, the one that we had in Uzbekistan with Xi Jinping and Putin asked military support to China. Russia wanted China to sell weapons, but China has been really cautious and will not sell any uh, weapons to Russia. That is why they are trying to get weapons in Iran and other countries. And we see all the limits of this strategic comprehensive partnership of China and Russia. Why? Although China has tried to demonstrate its support to the Russian position, but always trying to defend its national interests. So they support each other regarding their global interests. In fact, those military exercises conducted in the framework of the Cooperation of Shanghai organization, when the rest members of the organization participate, India is included there. Latin America, Nicaragua participated in those military exercises, and the Volstock in 2022, they showed the military power that the Army and Marines have, all the member countries of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And we have commented on that China is taking advantage of this situation of a weakened Russia to buy more oil and more gas. Like see the situation because of the war in Ukraine, the pressures from Russia to supply oil to Europe. So again, Russia is looking to China, so China buys more oil. In not only China, we see that India has increased the purchases of oil from Russia. But the confrontation with the US, such confrontation that is getting more and more dangerous. And the tipping point of this confrontation is still being Taiwan. Taiwan, as you all know, since the Popular Republic of China was established in 1941, the nationalist of Chiang Kai-shek was a refugee of Taiwan, and he thought that he could reorganize the army and then to recover the whole continent. He never did it. And at the beginning, U.S. didn't want to provide support to Haik and Shek, but since the war of Korea, this is when the U.S. said, "Okay, the Seventh Fleet of the U.S. will be in the middle of Taiwan Strait and will defend the isle." So the island, all those years, the decade of the 60s, 50s, we see how China, on one hand, is trying to demonstrate that he will not give up to Taiwan. On the other hand, the nationalistic government is trying to put pressure on the US to get their support to recover the continent. That's why in 1954 they signed a security treaty between the US and Taiwan on how much US can support. And the Taiwan said if China takes some neighboring islands to Taiwan, I would intervene in case the all the boundaries were well established on which the relationship of the US and Taiwan will move. And in 1958, we saw again how the regime of Mao Zedong bombarded again the the islands near Taiwan, and then in more recent times, during the 90s, when there was this process in Taiwan the leading to a democratization of the regime, because the regime of Taiwan, one was governed by Tai Kai-shek, was authoritarian, even though he said he was a champion of democracy. But during the 90s, there was this change where the Taiwanese that were born in the island, that it was no they were no longer children from the ones that arrived in the continent and fulfilled important positions, and Lee Turnwell transformed the Taiwan with all the institutional reforms, and he will lead a confrontation between China and the US, because in 1995 the US gave him a visa to go to his alma mater to deliver a lecture. And during this lecture, he talks about how Taiwan has been transformed and now how it is a democratic regime, where the presidential elections in Taiwan in 1996. Uh, China was got angry, and there were military exercises to demonstrate that by no means Taiwan will be independent, because for China, Taiwan, it is a Chinese territory. Since the 1990 since 1949 that China became a republic, they have not ruled the island, but there's during the 70s where the diplomatic relationships began between the with China, and there was a rupture with Taiwan. There were certain rules in the document, the relationships chart with Taiwan, where it was established that what will be the relationship of US and the island. And it says there that the US will no longer have diplomatic relationships with the island, but it will have cultural and economic and trade relationships with it, and also will still selling weapons. Why? Because the US said that we want to keep the status quo in the Strait of Taiwan. And this is gonna be the bad point in the relationship, because during the 80s, US sold packages of weapons to Taiwan, and the Chinese government is trying that to end with this sale of weapons. Trump and Biden started to change the rules regarding the relationship they had with the leaders of Taiwan. It was prohibited that high officials of the US would have a kind of relationship with high level officials of Taiwan, let alone to go to the island. During the 90s, a leader of the chamber of the Congress visited Taiwan, but it was different from what happened with Nancy Pelosi visit, because back then he was Republican and we had a Democrat government with Clinton, and Clinton tried to soften things with the Chinese. But in the case of Biden, for example, that went that he went beyond Trump, because he has allowed that high level officials like Nancy Pelosi visit the island of Taiwan. And you would say, well, what's wrong visiting the island? But for Chinese, this has a great meaning. It means that the US is violating the rules established before in the regarding the relationships with China and Taiwan. For Chinese, those high level visits mean that the government of the US is giving a different status to the island and is fostering the independent forces of the island. The leader that we have in Taiwan, Tsai Ing-wen, it is a woman that has always worked with Li Tenhui to conduct all those changes that we have seen, with the aim at separating more and more Taiwan from China. All of this is affecting the relationship of in the Strait of Taiwan. President Biden, he has been asked twice by journalists if the US would intervene in case China invaded Taiwan, and he said yes. So obviously puts more tension, because the US on one hand says have not changed the status quo. We respect the status quo in Taiwan Strait, but on the other hand, all the actions taken by the leaders tell otherwise. Besides all of this, we continue with the trade war initiated by Trump against China, and also added to a technological war. As I said before, the US, what it wants right now is to avoid China to buy highly specialized components, so it would continue with the technological progress. And the Taiwan Island is as important, because Taiwan Island, since the 80s, Maurice Chang founded the company of semiconductors that have been able to manufacture more specialized components. And this company not only sells these products to the US, also to China, Europe. So that is why the US is also interested in blocking China the supply of this Taiwanese company. It has offered to this company to establish a subsidiary in the US in Arizona. But China itself has tried to win specialized technicians from Taiwan by offering them good salaries with lots of benefits, so they would go to work to Chinese companies, and many of them have accepted. And on the other hand, a strategy to be self-sufficient, regarding the parts that it needs in their tech products. This will take time. This cannot be done overnight, but it's working on that. And let us remember that China, when it sets goals, normally it complies them, fulfills them. In some years, China could be self sufficient regarding technology. But talking about all the policy followed by Biden's government to counteract the influence in Asia, we see how this group, the group, the quadrilateral security dialogue, where we have India, the US, Japan, and Australia. And this group that was not established nowadays, it was formed several years ago, but the US have fostered this to have a policy of the Lindo Pacifico, the beautiful Pacific, to prevent China from extending its influence in this area and the so known AUKUS. When Australia reunited Kingdom, the US coordinating the Pacific Ocean, and the two last ones, they shared the advanced military technology with Australia. Let us remember that Australia has had problems with China in recent years, and this has led to have a more and more distant relationship. And what China has done is to try to block the bilateral trade with Australia. As I said before, the Biden statements has made the Chinese leaders to be more concerned about the positions of Biden's government. And Chinese say is that the policy of strategic ambiguity has been abandoned. And what does that mean? That the US, it used to say, yes, we're here, we are not going to use the force to occupy Taiwan, but it didn't say, clearly said, that if was going to intervene in a conflict between China and Taiwan, the governments, Democrat and Republicans, respected this strategic ambiguity, but now we see that they are putting it aside. And many in the US say that the US must give a new proposal and to see how it will prevent that China will from taking Taiwan. So unlike Trump, Biden is seeking for his allies in Europe to pressure China, also in Asia to put pressure on China. In Western Europe countries, those countries during times that their economic relationship is not as important with China, they put pressure on the side of human rights. They say China is violating human rights of ethnical groups in the autonomous region of Xinjiang. They're violating rights of ethnies in the Tibet, and all those comments and the documents will make the situation worse. But when there's a priority when it comes to the economic relationship with China, they put aside all the rhetorical part of human rights and pay more attention to the economic relationship with China. But what we see nowadays is how some European leaders have radicalized the rhetoric towards China. The new leader in Germany has launched criticism regarding China. Macron, the same thing in France regarding China. And this not only has to do with the internal situation of China, but also because of its position regarding the war in Ukraine. What they would like is to China criticize says Russia and trying to get separated from Russia. They haven't been able to do this because all the statements made by the Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Winey, are more in the sense of that everything has to be resolved through a dialogue, through negotiations. So China is one of the countries that is struggling to respect sovereignty and the independence of states, and always has had a very good relationship with Ukraine, economically wise. So it has the Chinese leadership has it's on a tightrope to try to, but this is very complicated because of the situation in this area. As we said before, China has a clear position regarding Taiwan. There's only one China, and Taiwan is part of China. It's supposed to have one Taiwan and one China, and it opposes to have two Chinas. So this makes clear what could be China in case the US would openly support the independence of Taiwan. So here, China will not stop, would not stop. And it's very likely that would invade the island of Taiwan, no matter the costs, because of the invasion. And this is due to that the Chinese leadership defend sovereignty, and it cannot afford to say that to say Taiwan, okay, uh, let it go. The same thing Xinjiang and Tibet will do, and the rest of the territories that is fighting in the Meridional Sea in China. That is why the Chinese leaders defend at all their sovereignty and its position regarding the island of Taiwan. China has conducted military exercises because of those U.S. official visits, like Nancy Pelosi in Taiwan. And those exercises are different from the previous one because China demonstrated the military progress in these years, the technology available, the training and discipline of its army. This military exercise don't anything does well do not have anything to do with the exercises during the 90s. They look really real, and they are asking themselves what they would do if they invade the island. So this is the map, Asia map, the Central Asia, which is where China has been working hard, and the position is consolidated through the cooperation of Shanghai Organization and the area where Taiwan is located at, and all this area of the meridional sea of China, where several countries have problems because China is disputing territories. And the US is also working hard because it's trying that all those countries unite to join its association, and they will start criticizing China. But he hasn't been able to manage it because the countries, regardless that they have problems because of territorial disputes with China, they do have a very strong economic relationship with the country. So they cannot risk themselves to break this relationship with China. But as we see, the position taken by the US in Asia makes the situation critical, mainly because the US is trying to use allies as Japan to support the policies being followed. And the former minister Shinzo Abe, that he was killed, and his there's the funeral services in Tokyo, but before he died said the US cannot leave Taiwan alone. It has to defend it in case China invades it, and Japan supports him. So this put a lot of pressure between Japan and Russia, that they have never been good politically. They had been excellent in economic uh, relationship, but obviously the scenario that we have, that we foreseen, is not like motivating. So what can we conclude? We see how China, with the characteristic the its leaders have, like to analyze everything, to see what is going on in this scenario in Ukraine. They are learning a lot, because they said it is not that we're going to invade Taiwan tomorrow. We do not want it to do it this way. So they see how the world, the Western world, has reacted with the presence of Russia in Ukraine. Also, they saw the diplomatic management in terms of information. So the Chinese leaders are drafting a strategy, analyzing several scenarios, and they are not rolling out to continue having a confrontation with the US. And of course, the strategic partnership with Russia will continue. It will get it will get stronger, but since this is a partnership that is facing challenges because of the war in Ukraine, and if the world continues transforming itself, and we need to be very alert, because we because the confrontation is privileged over the dialogue. So this situation in which this confrontation gets worse can lead us to a third world war. So we see how the situation in Ukraine and decisions will have to be made. And of course, China will have to make decisions mainly when we see that the US is trying to compare the situation in Ukraine to what happened in the Taiwan Strait. This is the end. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, doctora. Thank you
Very much. I would like to ask Mr.
de UCSCS Global
Betancourt,
UCSCS.
who is a partner of UCCS America and UCCS Global. Please, if you kindly grant the diploma. Thank you. Good afternoon. No,
Yo no sabía.
yo creo que ya se le fue la pila.
Mhm.
Good evening, our dear members, UCCS and Dr. Marisela Connolly. I have the privilege of grant you this token and recognition on behalf of the company for all the knowledge that you are sharing with us about the incidents occurred, some of them unfortunate and some others more fortunate, but like in with China, we need to highlight that Mexico has been impacted economically wise. Many businesses have looked at other, when many countries have looked at Mexico because of the communication we have with the US and also with the different economic and political problems of the world. As an international firm, we should be aware at least of what is going on around the world because we advise many companies in Mexico, in America, Asia, and other parts of the world. So thank you for your presentation, and we want to grant you a diploma from our UCCS America firm, Dr. Marisela Connolly, for her valuable participation as a lecturer in Technical Conferences 2022 in our annual meeting of partners with reproposal and China due to the changes around the world. This is granted by our chairman, Mauricio Mubarak Gonzalez. Thank you very much, Mr. Francisco Betancourt. Thank you, Dr. Connolly, Mauricio. We're going to take a picture and then we have reached the happy hour, which is lunchtime. So it's 4 minutes after 3 o'clock. So we will have lunch. But before we go to lunch, we have a very important announcement. Yes, Mauricio. Moises Solares, you wanted to share something or? No. Again, good evening. Well, Chairman Mauricio Mubarak asked me to interrupt this to give you some news because it involves Latin American countries and the ones that live in the American continent. The president of the IDB has been overtaken. He is Mauricio Kleiber Caroni. The president was violating all the rules for 62 years, was appointed by Trump president because after the Second World War, it was clarified that the IDB was going to be always led or chaired by a Latin American. Trump breached the rule and appointed the person who has been removed from his charge, and he was removed today. And as you all know, the International Monetary Fund has always been chaired by a French man or woman. Those were the agreements made after the Second World War. And the World Bank has always been chaired by an American. Well, this breach brought consequences because he was removed because he was violating ethics and the values of the International Development Bank. And this leads us to say that there will be one Latin American chairman, and that is why our chairman asked me to spread this news. I'm just on behalf of the Secretary of Tourism to deliver a lecture as the tourism as a engine of development. Bon appetit. We will be back at 5 after 4. Thank you. Bon appetit.